Chapter 61, Weakness 1. After applying the medicine, Yu Hong quickly left the house and once again stood beside Guo Sudong's body. Looking at this bear-like strong guy, his heart was still racing. This guy was indeed a formidable fighter, especially with that rhythm that suppressed him every time he wanted to fight back, yet couldn't gather his strength. Each time he was about to counter, just as he gathered energy, he was interrupted. This feeling was extremely uncomfortable. From this, he could also deduce that the opponent was definitely an expert in combat. If he didn't have his 5 strands of inner chi continuously exploding and recovering, forcefully breaking this uncomfortable rhythm, the outcome might have been uncertain. There can be no next time. Close combat is more important to me now than firearms. I must strengthen it. Crouching down, Yu Hong quickly scavenged the belongings off the body. Soon, he pulled out the most noticeable item, a black handgun. He skillfully removed the magazine, finding 9 bullets inside, fully loaded. Having played countless times with the 2 handguns in the safe house, his actions with a similar gun were much more adept now. Fully loaded. Yu Hong couldn't help but laugh out loud. All along, he had hoped to obtain guns and bullets to enhance them with the black mark. He thought it would take a long time, but unexpectedly he obtained one so soon. This guy didn't use the gun, clearly intending to control me through close combat. It seems this wasn't a chance encounter, but a targeted attack against me. He knew that exposing the large pyroxene stone easily attracted attention because the large pyroxene stone was similar to the luminescent stone marrow within the pyroxene mines, and the luminescent stone marrow was also valuable, playing a crucial role in many finished products. Therefore, it was normal for someone to come after him for profit, trying to obtain the technology. The previous 2 attacks, combined with this third one, although he didn't know if they were from the same force, but I can't let this continue. Yu Hong furrowed his brows, quickly stripped the belongings from the corpse, then returned to the cave, locking the door tightly. Sitting in a safe place, he lit the fireplace, and his heart instantly felt much more secure. As the sky outside gradually darkened, he laid out the spoils he had collected on the ground. Besides the handgun, the attacker also brought some good items. A folded black blanket covered in many gray-white stone particles. A military metal canteen, complete with a filter nozzle. A pouch containing over a dozen of those old silver coins. A box of high-calorie compressed cookies. A sharp silver-black short knife. A set of damaged bulletproof gear. Yes, he had stripped off all the bulletproof gear from the corpse. Other than that, keys, underwear, a cigarette box, a pendant, etc., Yu Hong didn't take them back, as they were useless and tainted with a lot of blood. The biggest gain this time is this. Yu Hong picked up the black handgun, satisfied as he aimed it forward. The 9 bullets were enough to last him a long time. But the critical point wasn't this. It was the full magazine that allowed him to enhance it with the black mark. So now, how should I enhance the handgun? Yu Hong sat down and pondered, holding the gun. Firearms are useless against blood tide and shadows. Their greatest use is against people, but my marksmanship isn't great, and my alertness and combat skills are poor. After thinking it over, he felt that the most urgent task wasn't to practice shooting or enhance the gun. Holding the gun now, he couldn't unleash maximum damage. And once enhanced, if it were snatched, it would pose a significant threat to him. Therefore, I shouldn't enhance its power but focus on other aspects. Besides, what I need most now isn't a gun. With enhanced bulletproof gear, the real threat to me should be melee experts, so I need to rapidly improve my close combat skills. And this ambush was mainly because my reconnaissance ability is too weak. The previous simple bell trap was useless against true experts. I must find a truly effective reconnaissance method to ensure security. After carefully sorting out his thoughts, Yu Hong suddenly understood why there was only 1 bullet in the guns of the previous 2 attackers. This handgun really only had some use against people. Otherwise, he sighed, listening to the rustling sound of crawling insects outside the door once more. Turning to look at the door, this time, no black bugs came through the vents outside. He could only hear sounds coming from outside. The luminous stone grass in the yard is working. Asterisk, he had this thought. Relaxing his body a bit, he bit into a protein bar, leaning against the fireplace like this, quietly watching the doorway, feeling the warm heat of the fireplace radiate over, and slowly, his eyelids closed, entering the land of dreams. This time, he was really too tired. Knocked down again and again, he stood up each time, often exhausting his strength only to rely on inner chi to recover, ultimately relying on an outburst of inner chi to win through a surprise attack. But throughout, his nerves were highly tense. If it weren't for the reinforced gray lizard gear, he might have been knocked down in one blow. The opponent's power, explosiveness, and technique were too strong, in a completely different class. The next day, besides collecting firewood and replenishing water, he didn't go anywhere else, just staying in the cave to heal, as after all, his toenail had flipped, and it was quite painful. Leaning against the fireplace, he suddenly thought that the chimney might also be connected to the outside world. So, he searched for a while outside the cave for the chimney's exit, discovering it was sealed with a sturdy wire mesh, several layers deep. To prevent accidents, he also painted some talisman arrays on the inner wall of the chimney exit using large pyroxene stone powder. Although difficult, a few consecutive days of recovery and array painting felt quite fulfilling. On the third day, the solar generator enhancement was completed. Inside the cave, Yu Hong sat observing the completed solar generator carefully. Originally, the solar generator had separate solar panels and a main control box, connected by wires. Now, the whole solar generator had become a unit. Entirely black, it was a foldable solar panel. It was covered in a layer of transparent and sturdy glass, and the total capacity increased from the previous fully charged 3 bars to now 6 bars. The rest couldn't be seen for now, and only usage would reveal more. Yu Hong placed this device at the cave entrance, letting the sunlight outside shine in, illuminating the panel, and then casually enhanced a luminous stone before returning to rest and sleep. This cycle of life continued until the 5th day. Feeling somewhat recovered, Yu Hong got up to move around, putting on the repaired reinforced suit, preparing to go out. His injuries had healed quite a bit, and in fact, from the start, they weren't too severe. It was more that the flipped toenail was troublesome. The dizziness had subsided by that night. This outing, his goal was to trade with Old Lee and Old Joe to see if he could find a lamp. With the solar generator's large capacity battery, he was now equipped to keep a lamp illuminated for a long time. Simultaneously, he needed to inquire about learning combat and reconnaissance skills. He left the cave. Outside, the grass was lush, and the yard was already full of luminous stone grass. Its emitted red value radiation quickly caused the numbers on his collar to soar to over -100. Such high radiation, Yu Hong dared not linger, quickly leaving the yard and hurrying towards the post office. As for the corpse outside the door, it had already been reduced to clothes and shoes a few days ago, which he had buried in a pit he dug. Walking through the woods, over 10 minutes later, Yu Hong arrived at the post office entrance, seeing Li Rushan playing a chess game with Izina. The father and daughter sat at the stone house entrance, absorbed in their game. Izina was in a pure white little dress, her chubby little face full of collagen, exceptionally cute. Opposite her, Li Rushan noticed Yu Hong's approach and quickly stood to greet him. "Haven't seen you in a few days, what can I get you?" he asked Yu Hong with a kindly smile. "Do you have a light bulb?" Yu Hong asked. "Of course, I don't. You'll need to place an order."
Li Rushan replica.
"Also, I'd like to purchase basic combat technique instruction," Yu Hong stated again. "Oh? Looks like you've run into some trouble," Li Rushan observed, noting some unnatural movements. "Yes, just a small problem. It's resolved."
Yu Hong nodded.
"That's good. The prices are marked. Prepare your items for exchange. Also, there's a letter for you." Li Rushan turned and fetched an envelope from inside the house, handing it to Yu Hong. "By the way, you remember those people who came a while ago, right? They came in cars. I found the cars nearby. Inside, it's pretty bad." "Were there any survivors?" Yu Hong asked. "All dead. From old to young, the cars crashed too. I was thinking of salvaging some good stuff." Li Rushan shook his head. But according to my info, this group won't be the last. More people will pass through here, there are a few vacant safe houses, and someone might settle. They might come to buy stones from you, so be aware. All right. Yu Hong nodded, taking the letter, recognizing the address as Stammering E's place. Immediately understanding it was a letter from E. Besides that, the talisman array and large pyroxene stone you traded last time were well received. My superiors hope you can supply large pyroxene stones long-term. What do you say? Li Rushan asked further. Yu Hong was briefly surprised, then thought for a moment and shook his head. The crafting method for large pyroxene stones is random. I can't guarantee output, so I can't supply them steadily. All right. Li Rushan shrugged. What type of combat techniques do you want to purchase? Stand-up techniques? You bought leg techniques last time? Or maybe knife skills? Real combat sparring. Yu Hong said gravely. He was fed up with being suppressed. This answer made Li Rushan pause slightly. Goodness, going straight for the hardest mode. But recalling the match he'd observed before, he could understand. Actually, old Joe is an expert in this area. I can only lay the foundation. However, he's not good at teaching, way behind me in enlightenment. So, you came to the right person. Li Rushan smiled, revealing a mouthful of black teeth. Your teeth? Yu Hong blinked, puzzled, and asked. Oh, brushed with charcoal powder, haven't cleaned up yet.
Li Rushan grinned.
Looks like your injuries aren't fully healed. Wait until you're completely better, and we can start. Okay? Okay.
Yu Hong nodded.
Having ordered bulbs and wires, he also went to see Dr. Su, who was still immersed in making herbal medicine, clearly intending to mass-produce. I've met with Li Rushan's supply team. We've agreed on the price. Once I accumulate 300 portions of anti-inflammatory powder, they'll take me to the nearest Baihe city. Dr. Su's face showed a glimmer of hope that wasn't there before, as she vigorously stirred the herbal mush with a wooden stick, drenched in sweat. You're planning to leave? Yu Hong was slightly taken aback, standing at the door and asking. Chapter 62, Weakness 2. Couldn't stay any longer. Su Ruoying nodded, her expression somewhat bleak. Stammering E told me some things about the city. It's very safe, though a bit chaotic, but for someone like me with some technical skills, the city treats me quite well. And before, I hadn't researched anti-inflammatory herbs, but this time is different. Dr. Su raised her head, revealing a hope-filled smile. So, once Stammering E and I settle down in the city, we'll be stable enough to help you transition over too. Yu Hong was silent. Dr. Su seemed to realize something, and her smile faded. The city is so much better than being out here on our own, she said softly. Then I wish you good luck.
Yu Hong replié, et Kali soft-spoken.
Turning around, he headed back toward the mountain cave safe house. Though he had long anticipated that others without black marks would leave due to the increasing danger in the outside environment, he hadn't expected it to happen so swiftly. But it was understandable. After all, for ordinary people trying to survive safely in the wilderness was incredibly tough. Back in the cave, he took out the letter he received, tore it open, and unfolded the letter paper. This time, the letter was noticeably more scribbled. Many words were misspelled, and the punctuation was either misused or omitted entirely. It was obviously written by Stammering E. The things arrived and work very well. I'm doing great here. Don't worry. Everyone is well. It's very safe here. I'm happy. Don't need to prepare food or drinks. Can wear clean clothes and even wash them. It's exciting. Yu Hong felt a bit of a headache reading it. That guy really needed to learn how to use punctuation and make paragraphs properly. It was hard to read. He continued reading. Thanks to the large walls made of sunlight materials, the outside monster bugs can't get in, and recently, we also produced talisman array papers printed with luminous stone powder, effectively containing shadows and evil shadows. So, I plan to investigate what happened to my parents. I want to know where they went. Yu Hong sighed helplessly at this point and took out a charcoal pencil to break up the content with punctuation. A few minutes later, the letter finally read normally. I've also found friends who want to locate their missing families. They are all great. We plan to form a small group to collect all the information. By the way, I've asked around. Some elders from Baichio village are still alive, and someone seems to know about my parents. I plan to inquire after completing our patrol duties. The letter stopped there. Yu Hong folded the letter back up. For some reason, after reading it, he felt a bit more relaxed, and his mood seemed to improve. Imagining Stammering Yi in far-off Baihe City, Hope City, racking her brains at a desk writing to him, he couldn't help but smile slightly. Right then, he remembered something and fetched some anti-inflammatory herbs that Dr. Su had given him. He knew the herb blend and, thinking of how Stammering Yi might get injured in the military and suffer from infections, he placed his hand on the medicine powder bag. Enhance the anti-inflammatory medication. Direction. Strengthen effect. Soon, black lines flowed out, and a countdown appeared. 2 hours 21 minutes. Yu Hong confirmed the black mark's enhancement requests, watching the countdown begin to tick down before withdrawing his hand. Enhance and send the medicine over to her, and given that talisman arrays can be delivered, the postal system must have some reliability. The price is just a bit steep, and the fact that Stammering Yi can send letters to both me and Su Ruiying probably means there's some military benefit involved. He stood, beginning to practice heavy leg skill. Although he was injured, his thighs and calves were fine, and practicing this wasn't a problem. 2 hours passed quickly. The countdown on the medicine powder disappeared, and the whole pack flashed, turning into a compacted board of tablets, neatly sealed in a silver package from who knows where. Yu Hong picked it up and examined it. There were 12 tablets in total, with user instructions printed on them. Adults weighing between 50 and 100 kilograms, 1 tablet daily post-meal. For children, dosage is adjusted proportionally to weight. 1 course spans 7 days, with a 1-day gap between treatments. Primarily treats systemic muscle inflammation, pulmonary and bronchial, tonsil inflammation, gastrointestinal irritation, oral inflammation, and can be used externally for wound disinfection. Not bad. Yu Hong nodded in satisfaction. This could potentially be a big help to Stammering Yi. He immediately started writing a reply to Stammering Yi and attached the medication to send over. Asterisk. 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 A week later, Baihe City. Coastal base. Layered waves crashed against the concrete walls on the base's exterior, splashing white foam. Inside the base, the soldiers' barracks were bustling with lively young female soldiers chatting and laughing. In one of the dorms, dimly lit, for iron bunk beds lined the side walls. Stammering Yi lay hunched over a black iron desk near the window, reading a recently received letter. The letter was from Yu Hong, and it had a board of anti-inflammatory tablets inside. This made Stammering Yi quite happy. Recently, she had overstuffed herself, resulting in an upset stomach. Although she tried the medications allocated by the military, they hadn't worked, clearly not the right solution. And in the current environment, although drugs existed, the varieties were far fewer than in the peaceful times before. Lin Yi, a ponytailed girl, suddenly burst into the dorm in a hurry. The girl looked about 16 or 17, dressed in camouflage military uniform. Her face carried a hint of a foreign high-nose bridge, her skin quite fair, seemingly mixed race. We just received notice. Be prepared to gather tomorrow. Our team is going to investigate the explosion at the southern water plant. We need to prepare in advance. The situation might not be good. The girl, named Oli, was the closest friend Stammering Yi had among the dorm's 4 residents. Because Stammering Yi was a stutterer and somewhat simple-minded, Lin Yi wasn't very popular. Adding to that her appearance and intellectual shortcomings, she couldn't use many of the instruments and equipment necessary for facing the rapidly changing dangers outside. People like her were extremely unwelcome. Those quick on their feet were the valued mainstays now. Oli, like her, was unwelcome, leading the two to naturally stick together due to their isolation. Tomorrow, gather? Stammering Yi put the medicine away, turning to her friend. This mission is a bit dangerous. Make sure to pack everything. Don't leave anything behind, Oli advised. Got it, thanks. Stammering E responded forcefully. Just help carry my backpack. Oli waved her hand. Okay. Stammering E nodded. She hesitated, then spoke again. You, tomorrow, accompany me. No need, my speed alone is much faster than yours. You don't know anything, and you're too slow. Oli said bluntly. Okay, then. Stammering E lowered her head, somewhat disappointed. Oli pursed her lips, muttered a few words under her breath, and left. Oh, remember to wash my underwear and socks. Her voice drifted back in. Okay. Stammering E quickly replied, a happy smile appearing on her face. Asterisk, asterisk, asterisk. The biggest issue in this encounter was that I couldn't react fast enough to the opponent's moves, nor could I predict their actions. Of course, those are secondary. Yu Hong reviewed the encounter within the cave. The main point is, I wasn't resilient enough. He recalled the previous encounter process. If I could have stayed steady when hit, I could have launched a kick immediately as a counterattack. Unfortunately, most times I couldn't maintain my balance, getting knocked off and failing to strike, as my legs instinctively aimed to regain balance for the body, thereby losing the chance to counterattack. So my current priority is to enhance stability and ensure the body remains steady. And this, coincidentally, aligns with the central concept of heavy leg skill. Yu Hong quickly realized the key was to add weight. Bearing weight. Rather than simply increasing weight, it would be better to thicken the protective suit, enhancing its defense. This would kill two birds with one stone, boosting both stability and protection. Yu Hong thought to himself, I'm not like those martial arts masters who can strengthen their base through horse stance and years of disciplined practice. I lack that level of perseverance and time. But Yu Hong's gaze moved to his fully reinforced suit, focusing on the area around his calves. I might not master the base skills, but I can certainly make my lower body heavy enough. Without hesitation, he began modifying the newly acquired White Python Guasudong bulletproof suit. The suit featured a small white bear insignia on the chest, marked as Aurora's production, so Yu Hong simply referred to it as the White Bear suit. The White Bear suit had a damaged leg and a small hole in the chest but would naturally repair itself once enhanced. Importantly, Yu Hong started adding weight to the legs and feet of the suit, inserting wooden planks as panels and wrapping torn fabric around them. Soon, an unusual protective suit, heavy at the bottom and light at the top, appeared before him. Yu Hong extended his hand to attempt enhancement. Enhance the protective suit to the limit. Direction. Increase lower body weight and size. Reinforce full body armor. Strengthen the breathing valve's protective hardness. This time, nearly losing a crucial point when his breathing valve was smashed by attackers left a lasting impression, prompting the specific request now. During Black Mark enhancement, he vividly conjured the image of the desired protective suit in his mind. This was a little technique he had recently developed. By envisioning a specific shape during the enhancement process, he could guide the output results in the intended direction. Soon enough, the black lines emerged and sent feedback. Enhance White Bear suit? The cold mechanical voice triggered again, bringing Yu Hong a sigh of relief. At least he could enhance it now. Then he checked the appearing countdown.
7 des 7h05.
This duration. So he temporarily canceled the enhancement, needing to focus on short-term demands for other items before addressing this long-term project. Shifting the White Bear suit aside, he proceeded to inspect the other newly acquired spoils. What's this? Pyroxene blanket for. Sitting in the cave, he carefully examined the object he was holding. From the attacker's belongings, because he frequently handled luminous stone and large pyroxene stone powder, he immediately recognized the substance clinging to the blanket was pyroxene powder. Could it be used for crafting a simple pyroxene secret room? He speculated. Chapter 63, Method 1. Thank you to the Lifeless Alliance Hierarch. He stood up and spread out the blanket, pulling it over himself in one smooth motion. It wrapped around his entire body perfectly, covering him from head to toe. It really fits perfectly. No wonder those attackers could run around outside alone. He felt some understanding in his heart. Setting the blanket aside, He wandered around the cave, thinking about what he should synthesize next as a priority. I should deal with the water issue now. How long has it been since I last bathed? The little water I used to clean my wounds is not enough. And those are just minor wounds. If they were severe, they would definitely get infected. He tried to remember when he last bathed but couldn't recall. Looking down at himself, he rubbed his grimy arm and a strip of black dirt came off instantly. Water is the foundation of everything. I'll need a lot of it for growing mushrooms later, so securing a water source is a must. Since he was currently recuperating and unable to do heavy work like chiseling stone, it was a good time to figure out how to tackle the water issue. The main sources of water are rainwater, groundwater, and surface river water. The rivers and streams are too far from me, so they're out of consideration. Rainwater is unreliable, it comes and goes, so groundwater is the most stable option. The terrain here is a low valley surrounded by dense trees, which suggests there must be ample underground water resources. Otherwise, these trees wouldn't survive, so the best approach would be to dig a well. With that thought, Yu Hong glanced outside. It was still early, so he took a shovel and left the cave. Since the end of shadow disturbances, his life had become much more leisurely and joyful, particularly since the yard was protected by numerous luminous stones. Not even a shadow of the shadow dared to approach. Thus, that yard became his safe haven. Yu Hong found a spot in the yard away from the luminous stones and started digging vigorously. Shovel after shovel, he piled the dirt aside. Without stopping, he dug until noon, ate, and then continued digging until late afternoon. Finally, he stopped and began constructing a wooden well in the half-meter-deep pit using planks. The construction of the well was quick. He just crudely stuck the planks into the earth, forming a circular well shape. After finishing, Yu Hong stretched out his hand and pressed it against the well, full of hope. Enhance the well. Directions. Reinforce, deepen, until water emerges. A flash of black. Integrity insufficient. The feedback from the black mark made Yu Hong's hopeful expression freeze. He looked down. Could it be that it's not deep enough? Seeing that it was getting dark, he decided to return tomorrow. The next morning, after eating, he went out to continue digging. Shovel by shovel, the dirt was piled up, and the pit deepened. By noon, thud, Yu Hong fiercely shoved his shovel into the ground, intending to lift some soil out. Suddenly, his expression changed as he saw blackness appearing around the edges where the shovel had penetrated. He instinctively jumped back. Gurgle. From the spot where the shovel had entered the earth, a mass of tiny black insects began to emerge rapidly from the crevice. These insects, like black springs, crazily spurted out of the crevice. But due to the bright sunlight outside, they vaporized as soon as they emerged, turning into black smoke and dissipating. But by this time, Yu Hong had realized something. He held onto the shovel, yanking it upwards, revealing a crevice at the bottom of the pit, filled with black insects. Countless black insects dissolved under the light, vaporizing into black smoke. Meanwhile, the crevice slowly shrank as if being filled and repaired by something. Yu Hong just stood to the side, staring blankly at the scene, unsure how to react. However, regardless of what he thought, his plan for accessing groundwater was likely no longer feasible. Returning to the house, he didn't fill in the hole he had dug, but instead pondered over the situation with the blood-tied black insects. Considering what I see now, the black insects at night are probably hiding deeper underground where the sunlight can't reach, which makes sense. So, digging a well for water is not workable. He suddenly remembered the well he had seen in Baicho village, and it seemed that well must have significant problems too. He sighed, his mind in disarray, unsure how to solve the water issue. He simply ate something and went back to sleep again. For the next few days, he did no strenuous work, just honestly recuperating, and also began enhancing the polar bear suit. After another week, he felt almost completely healed. He then went out to find Li Rushan. Regardless of anything, improving his fighting skills was essential. The recent attackers had taught him a significant lesson. So with determination, Yu Hong resolved to thoroughly address this weakness. In the courtyard of the post office stone house, Li Rushan and Yu Hong stood facing each other, officially beginning the fighting lesson. He actually wanted to spend time with his daughter at this hour, but the other side offered too much. So, he had no choice but to sacrifice his leisure time and begin enlightening the other side on fighting skills. A gentle breeze blew, and leaves fluttered about. It was already autumn, and even though the sunlight shone down, it didn't feel warm. Li Rushan, clad in protective gear with a helmet, equipped himself securely. Since there's a risk of ambush, we should wear our gear for sparring. You don't mind, right? Li Rushan asked. I feel the same, no objections, Yu Hong replied in a resounding voice. I thought you wouldn't object either. Li Rushan sized up the huge creature in front of him, his eyelids twitching slightly. He had seen many types of protective suits, but he had never seen one with this shape before. This was the first time. Where on earth did this guy get such an exaggerated thing? Li Rushan was at a loss for words as he scrutinized Yu Hong. The rest of the suit was fine, all standard but much thicker bulletproof suit shapes, except from the waist down, the lower body, including the legs, resembled giant stone pillars, extremely thick. Li Rushan observed carefully and estimated that the protection below the waist of this suit was at least 3 times thicker than a normal suit, perhaps even more. That suit of yours? It's like you wrapped a bunch of rocks around your lower half. Is it that exaggerated? He couldn't help but ask. Yes, this was custom-made, Yu Hong replied frankly. The last attacker I encountered was too strong, and I suffered greatly, so this time I focused on strengthening my weaknesses. But with this, many flexible evasion moves will be difficult, Li Rushan said helplessly. It's okay. I'll handle it. Yu Hong was unconcerned. The heavy leg skill was a cultivation technique where the more weight you carried, the more it accelerated the training effect. He thought if he really needed flexibility, he could switch back to the enhanced gray lizard suit. All right then. Li Rushan was speechless. Let's first talk about the basics of fighting. He quickly familiarized Yu Hong with the main points of attack, protective methods, and dodging techniques of fighting skills, all of which had fixed routines. In reality, due to the inherent limitations of human anatomy, when people make various directional movements, they cannot exceed a certain range. By mastering this range, one could cope with most close-range attacks. After reviewing for a while, Yu Hong had a rough understanding of the content, so the two began their practical sparring. This was also Yu Hong's purpose for coming. If it were just informational content, a booklet would have sufficed. There was no need for the two to spar in person. Now watch closely. I'm starting with a frontal assault, Li Rushan said with a smile. He eyed the fully prepared Yu Hong, suddenly stepping forward with his right leg, lunging with his body, sprinting, and throwing a punch. Bang! This punch integrated the strength of his legs, waist, shoulders, and arms, blending Li Rushan's entire body's power smoothly like mercury, heavy and without any delay, striking Yu Hong's chest. A dull, loud sound exploded. Too fast.
Indescribably fast.
Yu Hong only saw a blur before him, as the 3-meter distance was crossed in a blink, followed by a feeling of being hit in the chest. And his own arms, attempting to block, had only raised a third of the way. This speed reminded him of the previous attacker. That guy was also fast, but not as fast as Li Rushan. A clear comparison formed in his mind. If there wasn't a significant difference in speed, most people wouldn't notice. But now that he had noticed, it meant that Li Rushan's speed was considerably faster than the previous attacker. Following the heavy impact, Yu Hong involuntarily stepped back. But this step also shook him deeply. It should be noted that the suit he was wearing, the reinforced polar bear suit, weighed at least 80 pounds or 40 kilograms. Adding his own weight, he estimated he weighed at least 100 kilograms. Yet with such weight, he was still driven back by a frontal punch from Li Rushan. Yu Hong touched his chest for a moment, unsure what to say. The smile on Li Rushan's face also faded slightly, the corners of his mouth twitching faintly. With that punch, he truly felt how much thickness of protective alloy the other guy had added to himself, With that one punch, even through the gloves, he could feel his knuckles aching. "I feel a bit at a loss," he muttered softly, but seeing his daughter watching through the window, he was too embarrassed to back out, lest he ruin his glorious image in his daughter's eyes. Again, he roared and lunged forward with a hook punch. The punch carried the sound of breaking air, hitting Yu Hong's helmeted face at a speed far exceeding his own. Boom! Another loud sound. Li Rushin quickly retreated, his knuckles under the gloves red. Too damn hard. He was at a loss for words as he watched the other side. This was a victory for technology. The opponent's condition far exceeded his, to the point where it seemed like he hadn't penetrated the defense. "Put more strength into it, old Li. I can take it," Yu Hong said resolutely. He slightly bent forward, hands on knees, his legs and knees now resembling two thick trunks rooted to the ground. Just looking at them gave an unshakable visual impression. After those two blows, he really felt Li Rushin's strength was superior, stronger than the previous attackers. If he could adapt to old Li's attacks, then facing attackers of that caliber again, he would be able to handle them easily. Chapter 64. Method 2. "I was just trying you out just now," Li Rushin said indifferently. "It looks like your suit works quite well. So, since you want to increase the intensity, I'll get serious now." With his daughter before him, he couldn't show any weakness. Immediately, he took a deep breath, his left leg trembling slightly. After testing the strength of the opponent's protective suit a few times, he knew that ordinary attacks were useless against it. Even ground techniques required knocking the person down first. So, the next step was to take this guy down. Puff, puff, puff. In an instant, he rushed forward, crouched down, and kicked fiercely at the knee of his opponent. With a bang, the opponent shook a bit and instantly dispersed the force of the kick to the surrounding large protective panels. The dispersed force couldn't shake the thick, wide steel boots at all. Damn, this is exaggerated. Li Rushin couldn't understand how his weight of over 200 pounds, charging at just a knee, only made the opponent sway? Does it need to be this exaggerated? He felt he might be at a big disadvantage this time. Then, as he retreated, he saw that Yu Hong had thick, sturdy spikes under his feet, used to anchor himself to the ground. Speechless, Li Rushin didn't know what expression to use for the scene before him. Was this how fearful he was of being knocked down? Just the weight of the lower body was probably already 50 pounds. 50 pounds of bulletproof steel plate, what kind of concept was that? A normal bulletproof vest, even the heaviest type, weighed no more than 20 kilograms for the whole body. And just the weight of the lower half of his legs was over 50 pounds. Again, Li Rushin's face inside the helmet could no longer smile. Next, he truly intended to get serious. As a postman, especially one stationed alone in a dangerous area, his strength naturally wasn't limited to what he had just shown. "I'm using the Milshig fighting skill, commonly used by the military. This fighting skill originally comes from a small country abroad, created and blended into a practical combat technique to resist foreign invaders, aiming to quickly move to an opponent's blind spot and then strike their vitals. It is fierce and extremely likely to cause disability, so it was introduced and modified in our country for actual combat."
Li Rushin explained briefly.
You can first get a feel for it. This time, he truly didn't plan to hold back any longer, except for that last resort. This time, he had to make a good show in front of his daughter and properly maintain the glorious image as a father. Immediately, he took a quick step, moving swiftly to Yu Hong's side, his elbow striking Yu Hong's lower back. 1. He quickly circled around again, his hand chop landing on Yu Hong's side neck. 2. Circling once more, he dodged the opponent's swinging hands and punching moves, his palm slapping Yu Hong's left chest. 3. Then he quickly retreated, standing still and breathing slightly. Do you feel it? If combined with a high-strength dagger, you would have already died 3 times. If it were a gun loaded with armor-piercing bullets, you'd be nothing but a living target. Again, Yu Hong didn't waste words. He came here paying money to train, precisely for this purpose. Immediately, he actively charged step by step toward the opponent. The training continued for over 3 hours, until the sun set and the temperature began to drop. Yu Hong continually adapted to Li Russian's style of fast movement and striking vitals. In front of an even more intensively strengthened polar bear suit, heavy strikes were no longer a problem. The key was balance, not falling. Once he fell, the opponent could completely use many external environments to defeat him. So, under the power of silver dollars, Yu Hong came to Li Russian every day to train. While practicing his heavy leg skill, he continuously sparred with Li Russian, then pondered countermeasures. If he couldn't figure it out, he would just ask Li Russian. After all, he had paid the money. Days passed. Yu Hong's responses became more timely, and his follow-up moves increasingly kept up with Li Russian. The heavy leg skills enhancement to his leg strength also made the force of his leg strikes grow increasingly powerful, and the weight of the white bear suit felt lighter and lighter to him. Even later on, he gradually began to get used to kicking with weights on. His leg speed became faster and fiercer, and once he struck, it was devastating. As time went on, even Li Russian no longer wanted to confront his kicks head-on but chose other ways to deal with them. Time passed day by day, and slowly, the warm flow spurred by Yu Hong's practice of the heavy leg skill began to spread throughout his body. The transparent keratin layer on his legs grew thicker, and his leg strength increased. Moreover, the sixth channel of inner qi naturally nourished itself, gathering in his lower abdomen. Soon, 2 periods of intense growth passed. Yu Hong's physique had expanded hugely, moving closer to the aggressor, White Python Guosudong, compared to when he was at his weakest. His weight also reached over 160, as measured by Li Russian. Early in the morning, in the stone courtyard of the post office, Li Russian and Yu Hong sat opposite each other, both wearing thick bulletproof suits to prevent attacks from external parties. Based on the specific details you described, I reckon that the person who attacked you must also have come from the post office. Li Russian leaned back in his chair, lazily analyzing with his legs crossed. His style is quite balanced, with powerful strength and moderate speed, and his dodging method is military fighting skills, that is, milshik fighting skills, albeit slightly modified in his offensive approach. Clearly, initially, he did not aim for your vital spots and had no intention of killing you. This means his primary goal was to capture you. No, he kept hitting my vitals later on, the head, the chin, all of them, Yu Hong countered. That's because he realized your protection was too tough. Without targeting the vitals, he couldn't affect you, so he had no choice. Li Russian laughed. You need to know, he surely had a gun. With the marksmanship of a postman, just aiming at a gap in your bulletproof suit and firing 2 shots in the same spot, you would undoubtedly die. Yu Hong was at a loss for words. Are you training hard now, intending to seek revenge? Li Russian asked again. I am considering it. Yu Hong didn't hide it. Do you have any advice? Advice? I'll just ask you one thing. If you go out alone for revenge, it will definitely take a long time, right? How do you ensure your food and lodging? I'll bring portable luggage, prepare for some time, and return after finishing, Yu Hong replied. Do you know who sent them? Do you know where they are now? Do you know how many people there are? Whether they have heavy weapons? Li Russian pressed further. Indeed, I don't know. Yu Hong shook his head. But, isn't that why I came here? He looked up at Li Russian. What do you mean? Li Russian widened his eyes. You actually want me to help you gather intelligence? And then use this intelligence to commit a crime? How about it? Are you in? Yu Hong asked, unflinching. You're pushing me into doing something wrong. Li Russian stood up abruptly. 20 talisman arrays. Yu Hong stated calmly. I'm alone, and I have to take care of a child. You have to consider my difficulties.
Li Russian exclaimed.
Add 20 anti-inflammatory pills. Yu Hong upped the offer. Deal. Li Russian quickly agreed. Yu Hong's anti-inflammatory pills had been tested once before by Li Russian, and they were very effective and popular when traded with the supply team. In these times of scarce medicine, they were a valuable commodity with a good price. 20 pills might equate to about 2 silver yuan with some luck. I'll immediately send a message to my colleagues at other post offices. Based on your description, that person must have come from the nearby Baihe city. After all, it's not realistic to walk from further places like Hope City. From the random items you retrieved, it's apparent he used to be a postman before being sacked and becoming a mercenary. Plus, with his skill level and the physique you described, it shouldn't be hard to find him. Such people tend not to be nobodies, Li Rushan quickly said. Great. I'm relying on you for this, Yu Hong stated earnestly. No problem, to be honest, your current skills are already attracting a lot of pests. Have you ever thought about paying a price to protect yourself? Li Rushan's face re-emerged with a subtle smile from his helmet. What do you mean? Yu Hong began to understand. In these times, just one person can't achieve much. So, you need a group of bodyguards dedicated to ensuring your safety. Li Rushan smiled. You know, although our post office is vast and has many experts, there are always some who quit for this reason or that. So, with your skills and wealth, I suggest that it's best you hire some people to ensure your safety. Along with security, you could also hire people to produce food and such, work collaboratively, and build a small-scale rural outpost. I need to think about it. Yu Hong hesitated as the other's words made a lot of sense. Like now, you're alone. If you go out for revenge, someone might just occupy the safe house you've worked hard to build. How long can a door lock last? But if you have people around to help you watch, or if you hire people to seek revenge while you stay safe in a cave, eating, drinking, and sleeping, wouldn't that life be much better than what you currently have?
Li Rushan mutarat tamtingli.
What about you? Yu Hong pondered before asking, aren't you tempted? If you could get the technology for the large pyroxene stone from me, wouldn't you be interested? The post office has rules against getting involved. Plus, such behavior once discovered would immediately cost me my job, and I might even be hunted down. Although it's a chaotic time, the authorities are still trying to maintain the last bit of order, Li Rushan responded. Of course, another reason is that I feel you have potential. Aurora City actually has the technology to refine large pyroxene stones, but it requires large machinery, and the cost isn't much different from yours. The reason it hasn't affected you is that your production is too low, the demand for large pyroxene stones is too high, and the distance is too far. But to take such risks for this technology, I'd rather not. He smiled. Right now, what really needs to be dealt with isn't making money, but other things. The black disaster grows stronger each year, and the shadows are also increasing. No matter how much money you make, you need to be alive to spend it. Yu Hong somewhat understood the other's mindset. Are you thinking of investing in me? Chapter 65. Journey of Route 63. The Alliance Hierarch's Ascension. Of course, a research talent like you, being able to tinker and come up with so many things by yourself, is a rare and scarcely seen type. Large pyroxene stones, more advanced new runes, talisman array wooden boards, even improving DR. Sue's herbal medicine into more effective anti-inflammatory tablets. These aren't things that just anyone can do. I've given it some good thought, and if given time, you might be able to develop even more effective items to counter the black disaster, Li Rushan said with a smile. So, do you think I should take action against you for merely the technology of a large pyroxene stone? Yu Hong was at a loss for words. He also felt that the other party's reasoning was damn convincing. If he were in their shoes, he definitely would make the same choice. Now that I'm so valuable, doesn't the organization behind you, the Postal Service, want to recruit me? He asked another question. Of course they do, but the problem is, I didn't report it, Li Rushan said with a beaming smile. After confirming that you didn't want to leave here either, I didn't report a thing about you. Otherwise, if you left and I was left here alone, wouldn't I lose out on all the benefits? Moreover, do you think I came to this place for nothing? And with a kid in tow too? Offended someone?
Yu Hong Sudanli understood.
One of the big shots in the Postal Service. Luckily, I had the support of another big shot, my former superior. After both sides engaged in a power struggle, the outcome was me coming here for a relic investigation mission, Li Rushan said casually. He looked at Yu Hong. So, do you want me to hire a squad for you? As a security escort? The price is negotiable. Yu Hong thought that long-term employment was definitely not feasible for him. He couldn't afford it, His secrets were too many, and the black marks enhancement would instantly change his appearance. If someone were close by, they would definitely notice the problem. But a temporary hire wouldn't be bad. Just like this time, temporarily hired to help him investigate information, seek revenge. And in exchange, he would provide them with some form of remuneration or his own unique enhancement items, weapons or something. This sort of one-of-a-kind stuff that others couldn't give, which also matched his researcher label. I can accept temporary hiring to complete a task. How will the payment be calculated? Yu Hong was indeed tempted. I'll contact them first. This place is just too remote. The closest guy. I need to confirm their location first, Li Russian said, breaking into a smile. As for the payment, there's no set rate right now. As long as you can offer an irresistible price, then there's no problem. Then what price do you think I should offer? Yu Hong asked. He wasn't unaware of the other party's potential to take advantage of him, but sometimes talking about money can be more trustworthy, especially since this was the other party's exclusive business. It depends on what level of person you want to hire. Ordinary, a bit stronger, elite, or perhaps similar experts to the one who attacked you, even better ones. The prices vary for each here, and general stuff won't impress the experts. You have to offer what they need, Li Russian said with a smile. Also, because of the remote location, you'll have to pay a travel fee up front. How much for a retired postal worker? Yu Hong asked directly. 5 silver coins for travel expenses. The fee for action depends on the opponent. We'll discuss it after confirming the intelligence, Li Russian answered. Okay then. I'll wait for your good news, Yu Hong said without further ado, standing up to leave. I'll send the stuff to you in a while. 20 ordinary talisman arrays weren't a big deal for him, and the time required to enhance the anti-inflammatory medicine was short, so this investment was still worthwhile for him. As for how much Li Russian profited, he didn't care. As long as he could achieve his goal, nothing else mattered. Asterisk. 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 Baihe City. An abandoned factory underground, within the crisscrossing underground pipes. In a widened underground cavern that had been modified, it was equipped with everything from televisions, fridges, to washing machines. A large fan at the ventilation mesh kept flashing with the bright white light from outside. Zhao Zhenghong sat on the sofa, idly toying with a sharp dagger that could extend and retract. Beside him sat a buxom woman wearing a purple low-cut dress with vibrant red waves in her hair. In other corners of the empty cavern, squad members were each hugging and fondling pretty girls. Boss, we've been in Baihe City for quite a while now. What exactly does Director Xiao mean? We've already shown our allegiance, but why the delay without any reply? Su Yang complained, slowly puffing on a cigarette but with a frown. The big shots above us are different from us. They're in different situations and have different thoughts and goals, Zhao Zhenghong said calmly. We're outsiders, suddenly thrown into Baihe City. Even looking for allegiance requires considering what position to give us, right? That's true, but how long has it been? Su Yang said helplessly. It's only been a few months, replied Zhao Zhenghong. The expenses are a bit high, our current revenue streams aren't enough. If we got a reply from White Python, we could probably improve the situation quite a bit. Su Yang sighed. No rush, we still have time. Also, the Blackstone Research Institute has come out with a price list. You find someone to go take care of it, Zhao Zhenghong said gravely. Blackstone. The prices aren't very stable. That local enhancement technology always sounds a bit iffy. One of the squad members couldn't help but interject. No worries, the situation as it is means that we are not valuable enough to Director Xiao. He's got too many good men, and doesn't care about us outsiders who've taken his side. So, we need to add chips for ourselves to increase the weight. Zhao Zhenghong's eyes flashed with severity. Just relying on our small numbers, our funds aren't sufficient, our manpower inadequate, our only bet is on Blackstone. The experiments for enhancement at Blackstone, I've heard they're modeled after luminous stone contamination. Although it's only local, it's not just prohibitively expensive, it also leads to a reduction in lifespan.
Su Yang frowned.
Of course, I'm aware of the consequences. But in this world, you never know when you'll face an evil shadow blood tide. What's the loss of some lifespan compared to living comfortably and well? Zhao Zhenghong was unbothered about these things. Su Yang was at a loss for words, as he recalled the altered dispositions of the strong individuals he had met who had undergone partial enhancements, sensing that his group might run into trouble in the future. But he wanted to say something more. Suddenly, a teammate with glasses rushed in from outside. "Captain Deputy. There's news. We've got news from White Python." At these words, Zhao Zhenghong and Su Yang both stood up immediately, their gazes falling upon this person. The situation for their team in Baihe City was very awkward. Their interests had long been divvied up and saturated, leaving no room for them to squeeze in. Their income had drastically declined, and even turning to powerful figures for help led only to dragging responses. Therefore, the large pyroxene stone technology industry, which was originally of only moderate importance to them, now saw a sharp increase in significance. "Did you catch the person?" Zhao Zhenghong quickly asked. "No. It's the assistant who went to support White Python later. He was delivering supplies to a fixed location, but he didn't wait for the person. And then, the chip in his body, there was no signal. It means the person is gone." The team member's voice gradually lowered. As he looked at the increasingly grim expressions of Zhao Zhenghong and Su Yang, he faintly felt a sense of foreboding. "The person is gone?" Zhao Zhenghong's voice escalated several degrees. "That's it? The person is gone. After all the compensation I gave out, after all the supplies I sent? Just one person gone? With no results whatsoever." His expression was extremely troubled. He had heard of White Python's abilities, a skilled hand already somewhat well known in the black market, and yet such a skilled hand was now possibly gone, with nothing to show for it? "That guy must have a problem," Su Yang said icily. "Big brother, how many people have we sent before and after? Can you count? White Python should be the third batch. We've lost so much, and yet we haven't got a single reply. I suspect there's either been serious danger there, or that person himself is the problem." Zhao Zhenghong stood still, the eyes beneath his glasses shifting expressions. "This matter has already gone beyond what we can handle. We could offer this information to Director Xiao as a gift, in exchange for establishing a foothold in Baihe City. Indeed, there's always been a strong demand for large pyroxene stones, and it seems that Guy has even developed a new type of talisman array. The supply team made a trade with some of it earlier, and its effectiveness is stronger than that of a large pyroxene stone alone. It's very hot on the market." Su Yang nodded. "But this piece of intel is quite valuable, Captain. How do you plan to present it?" "Director Xiao has his birthday in a few days. We can offer our gift and speak in person," Zhao Zhenghong answered, frowning as he recalled the young man he had met before. He couldn't for the life of him figure out how that man had managed to evade capture for the third time. But now he was truly out of options. "Captain, why don't we all go again? Just giving this away to the higher-ups. After all our investment, isn't that—" A chubby team member who was listening couldn't help interjecting. "If a skilled hand like White Python can disappear, it would be dangerous for us too." Zhao Zhenghong shook his head. "Maybe he just happened to run into the evil shadow withered woman from before," Su Yang suddenly said. It said the withered woman's activity had moved near Baiqiu village, and if White Python ran into her, even he would be out of luck. But now, the withered woman has completely disappeared, probably because her active period ended. How about, we all go and take a look, just the outskirts, without going in deep? He was unwilling to simply give up on a potential gold mine, especially after such a substantial investment. Zhao Zhenghong felt the same refusal to give in. He stood there silently for a long time. It was a full 10 minutes before he spoke slowly. "We can try, go and take a look, test with red value. If it's the evil shadow, we retreat. If not, if it's man-made." He turned around, looking at the others. "Then bring the gear, the new portable bombs too. Let's try one last time." White Python might be formidable, but he was confident in defeating him in a one-on-one confrontation. Otherwise, he wouldn't be able to lead so many people on his own. Which meant if it was just people causing the trouble, this time he would personally take action. "Is the whole team going?"
Su Yang perked up.
Everyone together. If it doesn't work out this time, we'll head to Black Stone, Zhao Zhenghong said gravely. 2 days later, in front of the stone building of the post office in Baiqiu village, Li Rushan handed over a piece of handwritten intelligence to Yu Hong. This is the detailed information about the people who attacked you and their backers. Yu Hong swiftly scanned through it. White Python Guosudong, former postal worker, after retirement, he was frequently active in the black market of Baihe City, accepting mercenary tasks. The suspected employer behind this attack is likely Zhao Zhenghong, former captain of the 3rd Regiment of the United Army of Baisher Town. Zhao Zhenghong, 31 years old, former member of the People's Army of the United Forces, unmarried, has a total of 23 members under his command, with the deputy being Su Yang. According to a thorough investigation, Zhao Zhenghong has sent people to the vicinity of Baiqiu village multiple times in attempts to search for something. How about it? Isn't the information quite solid? Li Rushan said with a proud smile. Chapter 66. Journey of Route 64. The Alliance Hierarch's Ascension. Is this all there is? Yu Hong flicked through the pages, somewhat dissatisfied. What more do you want? Li Rushan's eyes widened. I found the person for you with an identity, name, and age. What else do you need? All right, now let's talk about hiring someone for revenge. Yu Hong wasn't in the mood to quibble with him. That works. Have you seen where Zhao Zhenghong comes from? Li Rushan said with a smile. What about it?
Yuong Froned.
Do you know about the People's Army?
Li Rushan's smile faded a bit.
If we at the post office are considered all-around elite talents, then the People's Army is the true killing machine, an elite group exclusively assigned the most difficult and troublesome tasks. So, you're saying this Zhao Zhenghong is very formidable? More so than White Python?
Yuong es Frauendiepend.
That's for certain, Li Rushan nodded. The People's Army consists of the nation's top experts, meticulously selected. A few years ago, they underwent a special military strengthening program, weeding out some whose ideology and morals didn't pass muster. This guy likely got filtered out then. He paused for a moment. Everyone knows that the combined army is the main force against the Black Disaster, but few are aware that many high-risk missions are tackled by the People's Army. They are a group of individuals with terrifyingly strong wills, great strength, excellent equipment, and formidable teamwork. Fearless, they could be described as extremely terrifying individuals. That problematic? Yu Hong was half skeptical. Just tell me straight, how much will it cost to deal with this guy? Heh, I'm not just talking big. Li Rushan patted his chest to clarify. Zhao Zhenghong is still a member of the combined army. Although the various branches of the combined army are quite independent and territorial, we don't need to worry too much about that. But he himself is very strong and has over 20 subordinates. The price for this, it's not ordinary. Will anyone take the job? Yu Hong didn't want to waste words. Sure, there will be takers, but can you afford it?
Li Rushan retorta.
To be honest, before I investigated, I had no idea this guy was from the People's Army. Yu Hong thought for a moment. I can offer compensation equivalent to helping upgrade and strengthen protective gear, like a bulletproof suit once. The kind you're wearing right now? Li Rushan's eyes lit up. But the materials must be provided by them. I can design and customize to their measurements. As for the degree of upgrade, if the materials are plentiful, you've seen the effects that can be achieved. Yu Hong waved his hand, displaying the robustness of his suit. If that's the deal, come, look at the list. Li Rushan immediately pulled a list from somewhere on his person and handed it to Yu Hong without a second word. Yu Hong took a look. A list of available experts for hire, with names, details, and skills all included. Some even came with their own team members for assistance. These are all teams I vetted personally for reliability, all capable of handling this mission. But just a heads up, a few of the top experts on the list, while very strong, have a bit of a temperament.
Li Rushan Barnat.
No problem. It's normal for people with ability to have their own character. I understand. Yu Hong was unconcerned. He suddenly noticed that behind each name on the list was a red number. He pointed to it and asked, "What's with the red number at the end?" "Oh, that's the kill count," Li Rushan answered with a smile. Yu Hong was taken aback, glanced at the numbers behind the top few names on the list. All were in the thousands. He looked up at Li Rushan, only to see a natural smile in the other's eyes. "This is not a list of mercenaries. They're all mass murderers, aren't they?" A chill ran through him. "Are you serious?" After a moment of silence, he couldn't help but ask. "Those who survived the battlefield, the ones who fought on the front lines of Aurora City and lived through the black disaster and betrayal by comrades, they carry a certain weight, as you know. These are just the ones nearest us," Li Rushan explained with a grin. "They suffer from partial luminous stone disease. It affects their temperament, making them unsuitable to stay in the combined army anymore. Now they have to fend for themselves, and some people like to use them as weapons, so there have been a lot of incidents as a result. With guns, killing is actually quite efficient. Pick the right place, the right angle, the right crowd, a spray of fire, and that's it. For digits isn't that hard to reach." Yu Hong was speechless. He suddenly felt that in this world, humans might be more terrifying than the fearsome black disaster. Looking at the list, his hand moved across it and stopped on a team name. "Let's go with this one. Contact them right away and discuss the price. I need them to move out as soon as possible. These teams are the closest and can reach us the fastest. They all have their own transportation and elite squad. Even the loners don't travel by foot. Don't worry, but are you sure you can truly upgrade their gear? If they come and you can't deliver, things could go south," Li Rushan earnestly cautioned. "Let's settle it first. I can upgrade 90% of the protective suits on the market. You wouldn't understand the technical side of it," Yu Hong replied, expressionless, though his dismissive tech expert air was still palpable even through his helmet's visor. "Heh. That's great, my judgment was right. The large pyroxene stone and the like are nothing compared to your research capabilities." Li Rushan chuckled, then began to introduce Yu Hong to the team he had chosen. Blood Butcher Su Fan, 2 support members, age 35, specializes in power charges, torso afflicted with partial luminous stone disease, brutal temperament, tremendous strength. Ability tags: Sharpshooter, Crane Chanting Fist Master, Mountain Opening Fist Master, proficient in 17 international fighting skills. Weight: 172 kilograms. Height: 233 centimeters. "Are you sure it's him?" Li Rushan looked puzzled. "Sure, it's definitely him." Yu Hong nodded seriously. "Let's talk first. I'm aware of his demands. This guy has always wanted to strengthen his blue whale suit, but he has never found anyone to do it. The big organizations charge too much, the prices are sky high, and they only provide services to their own people. So those of us who operate externally, no matter how capable, can't get our hands on good stuff," Li Rushan explained. "Let's give it a shot. If I'm up to it, we'll see if he's willing," Yu Hong said calmly. He had now placed himself purely in the position of a researcher.
Alright, Li Rushan nudda.
After discussing some details, Yu Hong returned to his cave and took out the pistol he had previously captured. Relying solely on others isn't safe enough. Who knows if Zhao Zhenghong will pull something again, and then there's Su Fan, so I need sufficient self-protection. Only then can I ensure my own safety and hire others to cooperate. Moreover, when upgrading someone else's gear, I must strictly control the extent of the improvement. It can't be too exaggerated. Otherwise, too much power can be a bad thing. Holding the pistol, a flicker of thought passed through his eyes. A moment later, he reached out and placed his hand on the pistol. He intended to strengthen the pistol to assist with aiming and lock-on and increase its firing power, then conceal it on his body. It would serve as a hidden trump card for ambushes. Asterisk, asterisk, asterisk. 2 days later, on an abandoned highway near Baichio village, a dark green armored vehicle slowly came to a halt. The vehicle was covered in vicious metal spikes protruding outwards, and 2 headlights in front emitted a glaring beam. This armored vehicle was larger than the average, with 6 wheels shrouded in thick anti-slip and puncture-resistant protection. Click. The vehicle door opened from the inside, and a giant bald man with a face covered in grease paint stepped down. Bending slightly, the bald man stepped from the vehicle onto the solid ground and straightened his frame. He was an extremely large individual who, just standing by the side of the vehicle, made everything around him seem to shrink with his bear-like stature. The man's skin was a tanned brown, his eye sockets were deep-set, and a suppressed fury occasionally flickered in his dark pupils. He wore a deep blue bulletproof suit with a black X-shaped alloy plate on his chest exposed on the outside. His arms and knees were protected with alloy plates, and the gloves on his fists were covered with a dense array of spikes to enhance lethality. Anna, the bald man surveyed the surroundings. Is this the mission location? Where's the client? Jumping out from behind him was a petite brunette girl. The client's an old friend, Black Panther, the girl said with a light, easy smile. I never expected we'd land such a cost-effective job. We're in luck this time. If we get your blue whale suit enhanced and repaired, your safety coefficient will increase significantly. Black Panther's reputation is still reliable. Although a bit shady, her credit level is high, the bald man said in a deep voice. This time there are 24 people to kill. Did the employer specify they want the heads? He inquired, crouching to touch the gravel on the ground as if checking something. No, the employer's requirement is to bring back all the equipment, weapons, and personal belongings to prove the count, Anna answered. That's a bit tricky, the bald man said, looking concerned. Just try to control it a bit. Try not to shred them too much, Anna teased. She pulled out a silver pistol from her lower back, spinning it rapidly in her hand, then gripped it with a snap. The infrared radar is ready to be activated. According to the intelligence, the target left Baiha City already. Let's take care of them halfway to save time, she said, adjusting the pistol and running her fingers over a row of deadly darts strapped to her thigh to ensure her equipment and weapons were in order before turning to board the armored vehicle. The bald man exhaled, turned, and followed her onto the vehicle. The armored vehicle turned around and headed in the direction away from Baichio village. At precisely that moment, on the outskirts of Baiha City's abandoned urban area, on the highway, a parade of army green jeeps was also heading towards Baichio village. Riding in the jeeps was Zhao Zhenghong's team, fully prepared and setting out for their mission. A total of 24 people, equipped with various weapons and gear, they planned to make a final attempt to ascertain whether there was still hope on Yu Hong's end. If the person was gone, sabotaged by Evil Shadow, they resolved to give up completely. If the person was still there, even better, it meant they could suppress with force and achieve their goal. Chapter 67, Journey 65. On the foremost jeep, Zhao Zhenghong was single-handedly inspecting his specially modified pistol. This gun, altered from its original design, bore no resemblance to the standard models on the market. Its internal magazine could be loaded with various bullet types to cater to different scenarios, such as luminous stone bullets, sedative bullets, explosive bullets, and armor-piercing rounds. He had carried each type with him. Although the bullets were expensive to be custom-made, this preparation was for the countless unknowns they might encounter. The White Python's strength is still considerable, and coupled with his former identity as a postman, he could handle many troubles in the wilderness with ease, yet he fell. So we must be extremely careful. He removed the magazine to check and confirmed that it was fully loaded with bullets. According to the latest intelligence, the post office near Baichio village is still in operation, which means that there have been survivors there. And Evil Shadow has not completely destroyed the area, Su Yang said gravely from the same vehicle. Are you saying that it wasn't Evil Shadow, but human calamity? Zhao Zhenghong's eyes narrowed slightly behind his glasses. Pretty much. There must be a master protecting them. Or perhaps they have set their sights on them too. But it doesn't make sense. If it were a master, they would not leave that person there. They should have evacuated them early to avoid risks, Su Yang speculated. We'll know once we go there and see for ourselves. Zhao Zhenghong changed his magazine. This one primarily loaded with armor-piercing rounds and explosives. If it's human calamity, we need to be cautious. Even White Python had fallen. Su Yang spoke but was interrupted before he could finish. How many men would you need to surround and kill White Python? Zhao Zhenghong asked. 7 or 8 at the very least. Su Yang thought for a moment and answered with a frown. But we have 24 men, Zhao Zhenghong chuckled. Plus I am here. Postmen are not bad. I've had encounters with them before. White Python, an ousted former postman, is already far from his peak in all respects. He's just average at best. He sighed. Actually, I didn't want to make a move, but so much effort and resources invested, and not a ripple in return. I can't be content without checking it out myself. The captain is naturally more formidable. As long as we detect something wrong from afar, we'll retreat immediately, Su Yang said, nodding. A convoy of vehicles, 4 in total, was driving on the main road straight towards Baiqiu village. Soon it was midday, and the cars slowly entered the forest near Baiqiu village. The forest road was winding and lengthy, its sides covered by dense canopies of large trees, with barely any direct sunlight visible. Su Yang was always holding a red value detector, scrutinizing carefully. We should be arriving soon. Cars are much faster than walking. We made it here in just a few hours, he said gravely as he looked around. Something is not quite right here. Suddenly, Zhao Zhenghong stood up. Not caring that the car was still moving, he stood up straight to look at the ground. On the somewhat neglected road, there was a clear black tire mark in the center. The tire mark was very conspicuous, identical to the puncture-resistant tires he had seen before that appeared only on special military vehicles. There's something ahead. Military vehicle, Zhao Zhenghong stated quickly. Ha! Su Yang was startled. Why would a military vehicle be here at this time? Could it be that person has been exposed? Right, if we can find it, others can too. But Zhao Zhenghong examined the marks on the ground closely. These tires have old-style puncture-resistant strips. They can't be from the active service people in Baihe City. He pondered for a moment. Let's split up. Su Yang, you go ahead and capture the person directly. Take half the crew with you. I'll take the others and check out this military vehicle situation. He was still not at ease and wanted to investigate the details. It was possible that White Python's disappearance was connected to this military vehicle. Got it. Things might not be right. Don't get tangled up with them. Take action the moment you see the person. Secure them and pull out. Be quick, Zhao Zhenghong instructed. Yes. Soon, 2 jeeps split off and headed towards a fork in the road ahead. Su Yang, leading 11 team members, was hurrying towards the location of the cave safe house where Yu Hong was. They brought portable explosives, a specialized sedative gun, and armor-piercing rounds. They were prepared for storming the place. After all, their last encounter with that cave safe house left a deep impression. If it was the dwelling of the large pyroxene stone maker, blowing it open could yield worthwhile spoils. Asterisk, asterisk, asterisk. Inside the cave safe house, Yu Hong picked up a pot of thick soup and started pouring it into his stomach. Having finished the soup in one gulp, he let out a satisfied exhale, stretched comfortably, and stood up. His 7th strand of inner chi had now been condensed. The training method showed much more progress than before, fortifying his legs while enhancing his inner chi, and it also increased his body strength during weight-bearing exercises. He could clearly feel that his strength had significantly increased since practicing the heavy leg skill. The most straightforward comparison was the firewood cutting outside the safe house. Due to insufficient firewood, Yu Hong often sought out somewhat dry, nearly dead large trees, directly chopping them down, then breaking and dragging them to the cave, hence speeding up the accumulation of fire supplies. Before, to move a felled tree, he had to split it into more than 10 parts. But just yesterday, he tried again and discovered it only needed to be split into 5 parts to be quickly dragged back. Remembering this, Yu Hong glanced at his pistol, still undergoing an enhancement countdown. The pistol was customized to his specifications, with an enhanced targeting function added and concealed installation in the sleeve of the bulletproof vest. He attempted to increase the number of bullets, but regrettably, black mark indicated insufficient integrity, so he could only make adjustments based on the original design. Thus, he also added a silencing feature to avoid loud noises that could attract trouble. Lastly, the power of the bullets. He chose to enhance the bullets' impact force, their explosive power, and included large pyroxene stone in them, allowing the pistol to be utilized against large monsters like Big Skin and effective against shadows and evil shadows. Because the enhancement included many features, the countdown suddenly increased to over 2 days. Just over 2 hours left. It seems that enhancing the handgun isn't cost-effective. Next time, I should choose to enhance other items. At best, this thing can be used as a one-time emergency solution. Yu Hong picked up the handgun that was still being enhanced and fiddled with it. He had already discovered that as long as it wasn't damaged or disassembled too far, there wouldn't be any issues. After playing with the gun for a while, he suddenly heard the distant sound of a bell coming from outside the door. His expression changed, and he grabbed the gun and walked to the door, sliding the covering board aside to look out. The sunlight outside was bright and everything was peaceful. The forest trees were somewhat sparse, and the dead leaves on the ground fluttered slightly in the wind. To the right, in an open space, were the remains of a fire he used for scorching wood. Other than that, there was no other movement. Is it the wind? Or did a branch fall and happen to hit the bell? Yu Hong observed for a while but didn't detect anything out of the ordinary. After thinking it over, he decided to return and put on the freshly cleaned enhanced polar bear suit. This new suit gave him a strong sense of security, with extremely strong protective capabilities. After doing all this, he sat inside the cave, waiting for the handgun enhancement to be completed. Meanwhile, just 100 meters from the cave, on a sloped forested area, Su Yang was leading a team and observing the scouts who had quickly returned. How is it? No problems. There are signs of someone living near the cave. Our target is clearly still there, the scout replied quickly. After all, as a member of the Allied forces, his professional skills wouldn't be so lacking, even if not perfect. That's good. Ahong. Later you take 2 people up to our 7, stick close to the cave, and blast the door, Su Yang ordered. We have to complete the mission as quickly as possible. Grasp the person and then withdraw. Going straight for the explosives, what if the target gets injured or killed in the blast? A team member asked, frowning. Just keep a safe distance. Under exceptional circumstances, we have to capture the person first, Su Yang said, looking at one of the team members. Monkey, you calculate the blast location. Okay, Monkey responded with a low nod. Good. Now check your equipment and time everything, Su Yang said quickly. The team swiftly self-checked to ensure there were no issues, and Su Yang raised his fingers. 3 fingers for the countdown. 3, 2, 1, go. Click. Suddenly, a crisp sound interrupted their signal to move. Su Yang's heart skipped a beat, his gaze immediately fixing on the direction of the sound. His handgun quietly unlocked and raised in his hand, targeting that area. Above the slope, the sound of footsteps trampling on branches continued to approach. They were heavy and powerful footsteps, marked by a certain indescribable rhythm. Before long, a towering figure, over 2 meters tall and muscular, slowly emerged from the depths of the forest. This person was dressed in black, like a small mountain, and seemed as large as 2 or 3 of them put together. He was wearing a bulky bulletproof suit, and his helmet was a heavily reinforced, spiky, and strange design. But those weren't the most important things. It was the man's hands. Those hands were covered in dark red, congealed bloodstains, and the thick alloy gloves had remnants of brain-like viscous substance stuck in between their fingers. As the breeze blew, a strong stench of blood emanated from the newcomer. At the same time, an intense and terrifying sense of oppression spread. Target successfully intercepted. A low voice came from beneath the helmet. Today is truly lucky. Seeing the sudden appearance of this person, those present were initially alert, but quickly, some among them recognized the identity of the stranger.
Especially Su Yang.
At first, his gaze was only puzzled and tense, but as more and more features matched the person he was thinking of, his expression slowly began to change. You are the butcher. Su Yang's face contorted, his voice beginning to tremble.
Thề Butcher Su Fan.
His whole body was sweating profusely. Even though he was surrounded by a dozen teammates, he felt as if he was alone and helplessly exposed, with a chilling sensation rapidly climbing up his back, rendering him motionless. The butcher Su Fan, a black market mercenary of top-drawer danger level, 2 notches above the white python, a murderous machine who had killed over 1,000 people. For those labeled as thousand-man monsters, killing was as simple as eating or drinking. These individuals were thorough killing machines. Without a challenge from someone of equal strength or a military encirclement, they could not be stopped by others. How could such a monster possibly be encountered in this place? How could it be possible? At that moment, Su Yang's mind was in utter chaos, his heart racing to its limit, his entire nervous system on high alert for the other. He desperately wanted to disbelieve that the other party was a counterfeit, but the tangible pressure and fear told him otherwise. That guy was real. Chapter 68. Journey 4. Do you recognize me? Su Fan moved his gloved hands with some surprise. Looks like you had a friend who escaped from me. Interesting. The man inside the helmet grinned wickedly. I. Su Yang trembled all over. Even the hand holding the gun was shaking violently. He had no idea why, having only come to capture a somewhat skilled cash cow, they had provoked such a formidable opponent. If he had known they would provoke someone at the level of the butcher, he would never have followed Captain Zhao here. His demeanor clearly affected the other team members as well, with everyone on high alert, sweating profusely, and tensely watching Su Fan, guns all aimed at him. Some had heard of the butcher's reputation, while others intuitively sensed trouble from their leader's reaction. I thought this mission would be difficult, but it turns out it's just a bunch of kids. Su Fan looked at the group and felt somewhat disappointed. 10 seconds, he mouthed. Bang! In a flash, his body leapt forward, turning into a black shadow rushing towards them. Like an unstoppable rhino, the shadow ferociously barged into the waistline of their formation. Before they could react, 2 black chains flew out from the shadow's arms, like a pair of black wings, instantly sweeping across a range of several meters on both sides. Pu-pu-pu-pu. In an instant, the necks of 4 team members were slashed open, their tracheas exposed, gushing blood. The 4 of them wore looks of astonishment and hadn't even seen what had hit them before they lost strength and collapsed to the ground. After killing 4 people, the shadow retracted the chains, turned, and dodged just as Su Yang fired his pistol in rapid succession. His body contracted, and in an instant his over 2-meter frame shrank into a little over 1 meter tall black sphere, then leapt into the air, violently slamming into the gap between 2 team members. Whoosh! The shadow's body stretched out, his arms grabbing the heads of the 2 men beside him and smashing forward. Bang! A loud crash. The 2 heads were smashed hard against 2 large trees, bursting open. They were dead beyond doubt. The shadow leaped again, avoiding a series of gunshots, and pounced on the remaining team members. Pu-pu-pu-pu. Like a real rhino, his right shoulder rammed straight into each team member. In less than 10 seconds. Soon, only Su Yang and a monkey holding explosives were left standing on the slope. Both of them were trembling, pale-faced, sweating profusely, and dared not move an inch, just staring at the black shadow that had stopped moving. You? What the? Su Yang opened his mouth, and though he aimed his gun at the assailant, he felt no sense of safety. More than 10 people, that's half of a joint military squad. All of them were professionals, not some gangsters or mobs. Yet so many armed soldiers were so quickly taken down. But Su Fan wasn't paying him any attention at that moment. Instead, he turned to another direction, as sounds came through the miniature earpiece he was wearing. Right, 2 more left, Su Fan said gravely. It will be over soon. He glanced at Su Yang and the monkey across from him, who seemed about to say something. But it was too late for everything. A flash of firelight lit up Su Fan's right hand, and a bullet from his concealed gun flew out instantly, hitting one of the explosives the monkey held. Boom! The flame exploded in an instant, swelling and sweeping around for several meters. An orange fireball instantly submerged Su Yang and the monkey, vanishing into it. The flames ignited the surrounding trees and dry leaves, and when the explosion subsided, only charred remains were left in its place. Su Fan's figure had already vanished, with only the slight cracking of twigs coming from the woods. Asterisk, asterisk, asterisk. Yu Hong heard the shouting, the explosions, and the burning flames outside. He decided to wait until everything quieted down, then quietly opened the shutter to check the outside situation. Peering out the window, he saw flickering flames reflecting off everything, turning the surroundings a bright red. Hot air currents carried by the wind scattered around, mixed with many charred black ashes. Is it on fire? He could feel the heat reaching his garden. Wait, my luminous stone grasses won't be cooked alive, will they? Thinking this, Yu Hong planned to go check, but the recent explosion made him afraid to leave. What if there is a confrontation outside and I walk into trouble? He knew today was the day the expert he had hired was due to arrive. He was informed of the situation by Li Rushan. So, the explosion just now was likely my hired expert clashing with the attacker's backers. They even used bombs. A shiver ran through Yu Hong. His reinforced polar bear suit definitely couldn't withstand a bomb. It was good he hadn't been blindly confident this time. Thank goodness I chose to let a professional handle this instead of taking it head-on. Safety first, as it turns out. With that thought, he decided not to go out for the day. Otherwise, if those attackers found him in his current weakened state, he wasn't sure he'd be a match for them. After deciding not to go out, Yu Hong dragged a wooden stool to the door, sat down, and occasionally looked out the window. Suddenly, his expression changed, and he quickly closed the shutter, peeking out only through a crack. He saw a number of people in dark green camouflage quietly approaching from the distance through the woods. The group moved with agile motions, and the leader wore a dark brown, fitted bulletproof vest that was clearly more advanced and complex than the others. The moment he saw this person, Yu Hong recalled Zhao Zhenghong and Su Yang, the two men he had seen before. It seems it was one of those two. They're the ones causing trouble. A chill went through Yu Hong, and he was even more determined not to make a sound. He saw the group quickly approaching his yard, flipping over to enter. The few walking at the very front were holding small silver round boxes in their hands, moving towards the outside of the wooden door. What is that thing? Yu Hong had a bad feeling in his heart. Those little boxes had black and white stripes on their surfaces and were adorned with black plastic paper, which bore the print. Danger. The more he looked, the more it seemed off. Could it be some kind of lock-picking tool? He guessed, but seeing that several of the people each had one, he felt it was unlikely. But as the group drew closer, a vague sense of unease began to rise in his heart. Zhao Zhenghong frowned, holding a bomb, and slowly, carefully approached the wooden gate. There was silence around him. Since he had split from Su Yang, he had followed the tire tracks moving forward, but halfway through, he heard an explosion and rushed over here. Unfortunately, he found nothing. He only saw a fierce fire igniting a swath of forest, burning bright red. He couldn't even get close. With no other choice, he could only lead his team to the cave first, planning to blast the door open with explosives and get their hands on some useful things inside before capturing anyone. The current situation, however, had deviated from his expectations. It was very likely that Su Yang had found the culprits and engaged in a fight with them, even using portable bombs. So he had to finish quickly, blast the door open to investigate clearly, and then immediately locate Su Yang to regroup. Thinking this, Zhao Zhenghong sped up, quickly sticking the bomb onto the wooden gate. Suddenly, he saw a black shadow flash past in the reflection from the metallic silver piece of the bomb. A familiar intense threat emerged from his left side. His face drastically changed, and he violently threw himself backwards. Bang bang! 2 gunshots rang out as bullets instantly passed by where he had just been standing. Zhao Zhenghong let go of the bomb and, agile as a swift monkey, somersaulted backwards over a dozen times, leaping more than 10 meters in one breath, and then lightly leaned against the back of a sturdy big tree. Bang 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 bang! By this time, The rest of the team realized something was wrong and one by one drew their guns to shoot towards the side. The bullets were quickly exhausted, and the men, growling, pulled out daggers, short swords, and steel rods, and surrounded the area from where the gunshots had come. The first team member to charge to the forefront had barely approached that area when he suddenly paused, lifted into the air, and was grabbed by a large hand that gripped his head and threw him upward. Whoosh! The team member spun 2 meters into the air before coming down. Thud! His abdomen was pierced sharply by a pair of large hands as if they were knives. The large hands tore to either side. With a tearing crunch, the team member didn't even have a chance to scream before he was ripped into 2 pieces. Large amounts of blood sprayed out, staining the surrounding tree trunks, wild grass, and black mud red. With flames raging, the blood mist mixed with sparks made the others around them freeze. Damn! Zhao Zhenghong had just steadied himself when he witnessed this scene. His eyes instantly turned red. He drew a sharp short knife from his right arm and lunged forward, moving hands and feet together like a truly fast black ape in full sprint, crossing over 10 meters to pounce on the black shadow that had torn his man to shreds. Clang! Midair. His hand holding the short knife was grabbed by an alloyed glove. What met his eyes was a massive man, towering over 2 meters tall, built like a bear, his arms as thick as his own thighs. The giant was dressed in full-body armor, his helmet adorned with bloodied spikes, and beneath the red goggles, a pair of excited eyes could vaguely be seen. "You've got some strength." The man's voice was low, tinged with mockery and cruelty. Boom! 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 At this moment, the other team members around him also rushed in, roaring, each swinging their knives and rods, smashing down on the giant man. From all sides, a total of 6 people surrounded him in a circle, exerting their full strength to chop and pummel the giant, including Zhao Zhenghong, who attacked from the front. That made 7 men. But, retreat! Suddenly, Zhao Zhenghong's expression changed dramatically, and he rolled backward, leaping away from a sweeping black hand. While he avoided it, the other 6 men didn't have his speed of neural response. Boom! The black hand, fast as lightning, shot out, hitting its target squarely. One man's head was instantly smashed in. The rest tried to scatter and flee but were caught by the giant man who grabbed 2 by the arms and flung them aside. Both men were airborne, spiraling and smacking right into 2 team members trying to escape. The 4 of them tumbled heavily to the ground, unable to rise again. The last 2 attackers, fortunate enough to distance themselves, had no time to feel relief before they saw the giant man grab a grindstone-sized rock from the ground and throw it. Boom! Boom! After 2 muffled thuds, the 2 were struck consecutively by the rock, their upper bodies stacking on top of one another, chests caved in. They were squashed into a pulp against the tree trunk. Use the bombs! At this point, Zhao Zhenghong was beyond enraged. In less than half a minute, half of his team had been reduced to a few men. His face was covered in bulging veins. With the remaining few, they quickly dispersed, pulling out portable bombs and tossing them forward. But before the bombs had even hit the ground, the giant man had vanished from their sight. Zhao Zhenghong violently turned his head and saw a huge black shadow already less than 3 meters away from him. The man stretched out his arms slightly, jumped a little, and assumed a pose like a crane spreading its wings. Seeing this stance, a name flashed through Zhao Zhenghong's mind like lightning. Iron Wing Splitting Sky? Crane Fist. Chapter 69. The End. Hiss! 6 deep claw marks unexpectedly appeared on the trunk of a large tree, cutting through over half of it, causing the tree to lose its balance and lean sideways as it fell. Boom! The large tree collapsed. On either side of the fallen trunk stood a figure. On the left was a black giant, his whole body encased in undamaged, heavy bulletproof gear. It was the butcher, Su Fan, who had just completed his ambush. He stood silently, clasping his alloy gloves, shaking off the blood from the spikes on his gloves and letting out a contented, low chuckle. On the right was Zhao Zhenghong, half kneeling on the ground. One arm hung limply off his shoulder, unable to move. Starting from the corner of his mouth, cheek, and extending to the edge of his lips were 3 sharp gashes. Blood trickled down from his chin drop by drop. And that was not all. Beside him on the ground were the bodies of 2 teammates, each cut into several pieces, similarly gushing out copious amounts of blood, staining the ground red. Boom! A bomb that had just been thrown exploded with a deafening roar, also igniting a larger forest fire. Butcher. I'll give up now, can you let me go? Zhao Zhenghong slowly stood up, blinked the blood from his eyes, and stared intently at the figure opposite him. That will depend on what the employer says, Su Fan replied, touching his chin and turning his head towards a cave not far away. In that instant, Zhao Zhenghong swiftly produced a handgun in his hand and fired directly ahead. Bang! The moment the gunshot rang out, Su Fan's chest burst into flames, the explosion's impact causing him to stagger slightly, his vision momentarily obscured. Bang! Then came the second shot. Su Fan raised his arms high, shielding his chest, but he underestimated the power of this bullet. The second bullet was armor-piercing. The bullet penetrated the outer metal layer of the gloves and burrowed into the chest's bulletproof alloy plate, denting it inwards. But that was all. Su Fan quickly lowered his hands, and when he looked forward again, Zhao Zhenghong was no longer in sight. Anna! He frowned slightly, inquiring in a deep voice. 10 o'clock direction. A faint female voice came through the earpiece. Su Fan was about to pursue. Wait, no need. Anna's voice came again. Why? Someone stopped him. Asterisk, asterisk, asterisk. At the edge of the blaze, red light flickered and thick smoke billowed. Zhao Zhenghong staggered as he madly fled into the distance. The wounds on his face had been temporarily staunched, but the fracture in his right hand and the sprain in his shoulder severely affected his condition. Taking advantage of the ambush and shooting at Su Fan, he had finally found the perfect moment to escape. As he fled, he recalled the scenes of his subordinates dying one by one, and the mad fury in his heart burned his rationality to a scorching black crisp. Su Fan? I will kill you. I will kill you. His eyes bloodshot, he roared hoarsely, exerting all his strength to run forward as fast as he could. Suddenly, he halted in his tracks, dodged to the left with a roll to release his momentum, rose to his feet, and looked forward. In front of him in the forest stood a tall, dark figure, at some unknown time. The figure wore a full set of black bulletproof gear, resembling armor, with legs as thick as tree trunks. His build was only slightly smaller than Su Fan's not so long ago, but it was clear that it was because the suit was too bulky, not because the figure was too robust. You seem to be badly injured, Yu Hong said. You've lost a lot of blood, you must be very weak now, right? Who are you? Zhao Zhenghong, enduring pain and increasing fatigue due to blood loss, stared intently at the figure. I am a poet, Yu Hong made up on the spot. I just happened to pass by and saw that you were badly injured. It seemed like you might need help. Zhao Zhenghong kept his mouth shut, thinking he had encountered a lunatic. Suddenly, he found the voice of the figure before him somewhat familiar, and the build a bit recognizable. His memory was always good, and now facing him directly, his mind recalled something, and he immediately thought of something. Is it you? Yu Hong didn't expect to be recognized, and just as he was about to speak, the figure before his eyes blurred, and Zhao Zhenghong, with a quick dash, closed the distance of several meters and charged toward him. Swish! A silver knife tip fiercely stabbed at Yu Hong's abdomen, but the tip was blocked by an inner alloy plate, slid to the side, twisting the attacker's wrist and causing him to lose balance. At that moment, Yu Hong drew the Wolf Fang club from behind and smashed downward. The club hit nothing as it was dodged. He wasn't surprised. With his skill and reflexes, it would be abnormal if the strike hadn't been dodged. Immediately, he changed his smashing move into a sweeping one, striking across a fan-shaped area in front of him. Whoosh! With the sound of the wind whooshing, the Wolf Fang club swept over the crouching figure of Zhao Zhenghong, severing a swath of branches. At this point, Zhao Zhenghong's body was hunched and tightly coiled, like a ball. After dodging the horizontal sweep, he planted his hands on the ground, inverted himself, and his legs kicked out towards Yu Hong, aiming for his head. The position was quite bizarre, akin to performing an acrobatic move, yet his boots' heels were reinforced with metal, and the power of the legs far surpassed that of the arms. If a kick landed, it could break bones. Whoosh! At that moment, Yu Hong didn't dodge or avoid. He stood in place, allowing his forehead to be kicked. Simultaneously, Yu Hong's right leg shot forward like lightning. Low sweep leg. It was the move he had practiced for a long time, low sweep leg. Bang! The two struck each other at almost the same moment. Zhao Zhenghong was kicked in the chest. His body flew backward, violently crashing into a tree trunk before rolling to the ground, where he spat out a mouthful of blood on the spot. Yu Hong stood his ground, having taken a kick to the face, but he merely swayed on the spot, shook his head, steadied his body, and emerged unscathed. No, not entirely unscathed. At least his goggles now bore 2 cracked indentations.
Pu 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 pu.
He strode forward, approaching the other man, reaching out to grab him. Suddenly, bang! A gunshot exploded at close range. Yu Hong's body shuddered, his chest bursting into flames. It was an explosive bullet. Immediately following the burst of flames, another gunshot sounded. Bang! An armor-piercing round struck Yu Hong's helmet directly, but the bullet, capable of piercing thin steel plates, hit the 25mm thick heavy alloy helmet and only left a dent without doing any further damage. Yu Hong was given quite the scare by the 2 gunshots, but realizing he was unharmed after the light faded, he became enraged and charged forward with a powerful kick. This kick was fueled by anger, with burst of inner chi. Bang! It hit Zhao Zhenghong's gun-holding arm squarely. The arm fractured with a snap, slamming back against the tree trunk, flesh and blood flying. By now, Zhao Zhenghong had lost too much blood. He was weak and powerless, the last 2 shots having been a desperate struggle. If it weren't for my grave injuries, he growled feebly. If it weren't for your injuries, do you think you'd even have a chance to see me? Yu Hong cut him off righteously, then delivered another fierce kick to his already broken other hand. Zhao Zhenghong was too weak and dizzy from blood loss to put up any resistance, pinned against the tree by the kick. His final burst of resistance had already depleted the last of his strength. But even so, his opponent did not let up. 2 more kicks shattered both his legs. Zhao Zhenghong screamed in agony, collapsing to the ground, devoid of the strength to resist any further. All he could do was lay on the grass, writhing in pain, as blood flowed freely from his wounds. But Yu Hong kept kicking him relentlessly. Bang, 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 bang. This time his kicking was frenzied, targeting the stomach, head, arms, legs. Every exposed area was hit. While kicking, Yu Hong also cursed non-stop. This guy had caused him several scares, made him set up surveillance all over the place, and lain in ambush for multiple surprise attacks. He had been harboring a bellyful of anger, which he was now unleashing, after a round of savage beating. Okay, that's enough venting. If you kill him, we won't get any information. Yu Hong wanted to continue his assault when Li Russian's voice finally echoed from the woods to the side. Catching his breath, he took a step back and looked at the battered Zhao Zhenghong. All right, I could use a break. Li Russian was speechless. He had been called in as backup for this kid, to support his engagements and fight against this fleeing man. But he had not expected the victory to come so quickly, the foe defeated in just a few moves. Pocketing his slingshot, Li Russian examined Yu Hong's equipment. All set, the guy's taken care of. I'll interrogate him now to see if anyone slipped through the net. Fine with me. Yu Hong squatted down, grabbed Zhao Zhenghong's head, shook it to make sure the man was close to his last gasp, then dropped him and stepped aside for Li Russian to come over. Compared to him, old Li had many more tricks up his sleeve. He walked to the side to check if he had any injuries, then waited behind a tree for old Li. It wasn't long before old Li came back, clapping his hands. Done. Got it all. He smiled. This guy is Zhao Zhenghong, the one who has been after you for the large pyroxene stone technology, sending people 3 times. He was the commander of the Allied forces of a nearby town with a bunch of men under him. So that means it's settled?
Yuong blinked.
Yeah, once he's dead, it's over. The whole thing was pretty simple, just a small-time leader who coveted your technology and wanted to snatch you, so the men he sent never tried to kill you, explained Li Russian. Actually, when you think about it, it makes sense. Big powers can directly get good deals on Aurora City's production quotas for the luminous stone technology. It's only small-time forces or independents like us who would need it. I see. Will I face similar troubles in the future? Yu Hong asked. He knew he couldn't avoid trading some of his secrets for resources, but once revealed, without showing enough martial power or force, it would inevitably invite attacks. That's why you need some helpers.
Li Rushan grinned.
Next up, let's talk about the payment. You promised the travel expenses and the blue whale suit upgrade. Just give me the stuff. I'll check it first and then talk to them to see about the upgrades. Yu Hong sighed with relief. It was good that things had been resolved. The aftermath had to be dealt with promptly. Soon after, half an hour later, Li Russian, Yu Hong, and the mercenary Su Fan were all gathered in front of the stone hut that served as a post office. Is this the employer? Su Fan scrutinized the large figure standing opposite him. Upon closer inspection, the man wasn't particularly large. It was just that his suit was thick, and coupled with the helmet, he appeared taller and bigger overall. Su Fan noticed bullet marks and scorch marks on the man's helmet and chest, but there were only minor signs of damage on his armor. This level of protection was impressive. Su Fan felt reassured. The man knew he was wearing a blue whale suit and still took the job, which clearly indicated competence. Setting aside everything else, just this unfamiliar suit he was wearing was no inferior to a brand new blue whale suit. Chapter 70, Ending 2. I'm the one who posted the task. You can just call me Yu Hong.
Yu Hong nodded friendly toward Su Fan.
What's the task reward? Su Fan asked directly. I need to check first, then determine your needs, and finally finalize the required materials for the repair. This is the standard procedure. Is that okay?
Yuong replié.
With the black mark present, he wasn't worried about whether he could repair it, only concerned about the repair time. No problem with that. Su Fan nodded. But I can only stay here for half a month. Can it be repaired in half a month? First, the inspection.
Yuong emphasisait.
Su Fan glanced at Li Russian, who nodded at him, choosing to trust Old Li's reputation immediately. Old Li might be shady, but his reputation was impeccable. Without hesitation, Su Fan grabbed one of his gloves and started taking off his suit piece by piece. In no time, a burly, 2-meter-tall bald giant appeared in front of them. The giant's face was covered in grease paint, with a fresh cut on the nose, clearly a recent injury. The main areas needing repair are the helmet's faceplate. If possible, I'd like that part reinforced. There's also damage to the lower back, caused by an armor-piercing bullet, and a dent on the left knee from fighting a troublesome foe. Bronze statue, Chris? Li Russian asked casually. Yeah, that guy had strength similar to mine, and his suit was comprehensive as well. It took us over 3 hours to determine a winner. Su Fan nodded. Understood. I need tools for a proper assessment. I'll take the suit back with me and let you know in about an hour. Is that okay? Yu Hong folded the suit components together. That's fine. Su Fan nodded, showing no sign of his reputed violent temper. Perhaps that violence only emerged under specific circumstances. You know where I live. Come by my place in an hour, said Yu Hong succinctly. All right. Soon, Yu Hong separated from the group and carried the equipment back to the mountain cave safehouse. During the walk, he silently reviewed in his mind how long the black mark would need for reinforcement. The black mark couldn't repair items it hadn't reinforced, but Yu Hong could cleverly execute a minor reinforcement on an object. This would then allow the use of the enhanced automatic repair function to achieve the goal. The next time a repair was needed, he could use the black mark for restoration directly. This ability was an important support in his strategy for securing a foothold in the world. By having the ability to repair advanced equipment, he could easily trade for a rich variety of resource information. and the only thing he lacked next was, as Li Russian said, the power to protect himself. Bringing the blue whale suit back to the cave, Yu Hong laid it flat on the ground, then went outside and sifted through a pile of loot in the courtyard, extracting a forearm-length metal machete. Carrying the machete back inside, he placed it alongside the blue whale suit, intending to use the machete's materials for reinforcement of the suit. On his way back, he had already tested that to repair and reinforce the blue whale suit, if just slightly, choosing the minimum and weakest reinforcement took slightly over an hour. Now, with additional materials, he reinforced the faceplate as per Su Fan's request. He pressed his hand on the blue whale suit again. Reinforced blue whale suit. Direction. Minimum reinforcement of faceplate strength. Shortly, a black line flashed, and a feedback sound rang. Reinforced blue whale suit? Yu Hong saw a countdown appear on the suit's surface. 2 hours and 12 minutes. He nodded, finding it acceptable. Asterisk, the time is short, but I can't show it so simply to Su Fan and the others. I need them to know that my repair process was laborious, complex, and troublesome. This way, when the repair results are good, they would perceive it as worth the price. Asterisk. Yu Hong knew well that when people saw an outcome achieved effortlessly, they naturally harbored distrust and felt like they got a raw deal. Asterisk, since you made it look so easy, why are you charging me such a high fee? Are you ripping me off? Asterisk. He worried that Su Fan and others would think this. It has to be reasonable, logical. That was Yu Hong's main pursuit. Soon, an hour passed. Su Fan and Anna arrived at the small stone courtyard in front of the mountain cave safehouse together. A fire burned not far away, showing no signs of dying down soon. The two stood outside the courtyard, observing the lush, strange grass inside. Asterisk, this place seems off. Asterisk, Anna whispered. Asterisk, why does the red value data seem like that of a luminous stone mine? Asterisk. Her expression revealed suspicion and uncertainty as she continually scanned the courtyard's every corner. Yet no matter how she looked, she couldn't find anything unusual here. It was just grass and more grass, with no other arrangements visible. Su Fan noticed too. From his past experiences with high-concentration luminous stone radiation, he developed a peculiar sensitivity to red value. Whenever there was a significant change in the surrounding red value radiation, his skin would react accordingly. For instance, standing outside the courtyard, he felt all his body hair standing on end, accompanied by a cold shiver. Asterisk, it should be laid with luminous stone patterns, similar to the structures on Hope City's outer walls. Asterisk, he speculated. I don't see any similar patterns. Anna shook her head. It seems this task's employer is quite adept. Such arrangements can effectively avoid the blood-tide shadow's day and night harassment, achieving a relatively stable living environment.
Yu Hong.
I've never heard of this name before. If he can successfully repair it this time, we might have to engage with him regularly in the future, Su Fan remarked. After all, repairs of this caliber weren't something just anyone could manage. Anna nodded. The two waited a few more minutes, and soon the wooden door of the cave opened. A burly figure emerged, wearing the same heavy suit as earlier, but now the subtle dents and bullet marks on the suit were gone. This reassured Su Fan, reinforcing his belief that the person could indeed repair the blue whale suit. The trio met outside the courtyard, where the red value had climbed over 100. With luminous stone grass everywhere, it wasn't a suitable place for conversation. You've waited long enough. I've estimated the repair time on my end. It should take about a week. I have some materials, though not the original type, but the repair's effectiveness won't differ much. Can you accept that?
Yu Hong spoke earnestly.
A week. Su Fan was taken aback, looking down at the equally surprised Anna. Really, just a week? He repeated. Of course. A week guaranteed repair, Yu Hong declared with confidence. As long as it's repaired and the result is nearly the same, I have no issue. Su Fan agreed decisively, albeit with some disbelief. He had inquired at many armories, and apart from Aurora City and Silver Tower, which required 2 weeks, the rest needed at least 3 months. If it weren't for the damaged faceplate compromising combat, he would have put up with it much longer most times. The shorter time is because I don't have any bureaucratic processes here. I'm fully focused on repairing it for you, hence the speed. Yu Hong observed their reactions and quickly explained upon realizing he had stated too short a time frame. Makes sense, Anna responded. All right, we'll come back in a week to pick it up. It'll align with the end of this task, and we can give ourselves a few days off. That'll work. Yu Hong nodded. By the way, have you considered settling in a place? He felt the pair had strong combat skills, offering a sense of security, so he tried testing the waters. According to Li Rushan, they were currently mercenaries moving from place to place, traveling continuously in a vehicle. We've thought about it, but these days, while more people means temporary safety, it also attracts blood tide and shadow more. Too much hassle. Anna said helplessly, eyeing Yu Hong. Suddenly, she smiled. Here's a suggestion. If you want to hire a long-term bodyguard, make sure you can provide a stable water supply, food, and resting environment first. With those basic conditions assured, people will naturally be willing to stay longer with you. It was clear she discerned Yu Hong's intentions. Good suggestion. Yu Hong nodded, taking her advice. Indeed, without a stable water source, why would someone skilled choose to leave Hope City, where everything was available, to live with him? In the city, they'd have food, drink, safety, and leisure, enjoying occasional beverages and special services much more than they ever could in the wilderness, where even taking a bath wasn't feasible. Soon, they agreed on a time and place, and Yu Hong handed them a leaf of luminous stone grass as a token. If he couldn't come personally, they could use it to send someone in his place. Luminous stone grass wasn't available elsewhere. Once picked, it lost its vitality quickly and its luminous radiation, making it Yu Hong's unique token. Su Fan and Anna quickly left. Yu Hong made another visit to Li Rushan. Thanks for your assistance this time, said the two, sitting on the new wooden bench in the courtyard. I don't mind helping with more such tasks in the future when paid. I don't mind. Li Rushan maintained his usual smiling demeanor. All right, I brought your payment. Yu Hong handed over some silver dollars he had scavenged from his loot, as well as a stack of talisman arrays he had made, giving it all to Li Rushan. Even though he was merely an intermediary, offering benefits ensured future cooperation. Yu Hong valued Li Rushan's mercenary channels and postal supplies greatly. You're too courteous, way too courteous. Li Rushan quickly accepted the items, took them inside, and came out again with a softer expression. The task is complete, but to prevent similar incidents from occurring, I've contemplated hiring skilled individuals for long-term protection, Yu Hong said simply. However, our location's conditions are well known to Old Li. We first need to solve the water, electricity, and food issues to attract permanent residents. Otherwise, they'd undoubtedly choose the more favorable conditions of Hope City. Isn't that so? That's right. Li Rushan nodded, thinking Yu Hong had evolved from someone who knew nothing about common knowledge to now showing some promise. So, I want to ask, is there any method for water supply from the postal service? I plan to dig a well, but after reaching a certain depth, it was full of black insects.
Yu Hong sighed.
Groundwater definitely won't work. Li Rushan smiled and shook his head, gesturing behind him, where a small hand quickly passed him a cigarette and lit it. He then retrieved his hand, placing the cigarette in his mouth and taking a deep, satisfying drag. Many in Hope City rely on rivers and oceans. Your only option is to move to a place by a river, making water collection easier. But remember, streams and rivers aren't safe havens either. With the blood-tide black insects above ground, the river harbors equally or even more perilous creatures.
Yu Hong silently nodded.
Rainwater was toxic, requiring multiple levels of filtration and boiling before use, yet it remained unstable. So rivers and streams seemed the only hope. Yet, abandoning the mountain cave safe house, which he had reinforced extensively, left him highly reluctant. Chapter 71. Team 69, Part 1. Requesting first subscription. Besides water, there were constant disturbances from the shadows, and you needed to artificially create a luminous stone isolation environment. And then there's the food, mushrooms, cockroaches, and lizards all need someone to produce them consistently. Hope City has people specifically growing vegetables and raising livestock. The conditions are vastly different. Lee Russian shook his head. Vastly different. His daughter, Izina, who had somehow slipped out from behind him, nodded along like a parrot. So, Yu Hong glanced at the girl, then returned his gaze to Lee Russian. So you can only seek out those who can't stay in Hope City? Lee Russian advised with a smile. Start by using them to set up a small base. Once the water and food supply are secured, only then can you consider attracting skilled people for long-term settlement. Makes sense.
Yuon Siged.
In a few days, there will be a group of refugees passing by here. They're using solar-powered cars, recharging only with sunlight, so they move very slowly. There will surely be people who run out of food. This group is heading toward Tianyue, trading and exchanging food along the way. You can try to recruit a few people by then. Yu Hong nodded, but thinking about his safe house, he shook his head internally. His current safe house was not equipped to take in additional people. Where would they stay in a cave with him? With so many secrets, how could he feel secure? So there was no choice. The time was far from ripe, and he had to advance one step at a time. He could not even achieve self-sufficiency yet. It was much too early. After conversing with Lee Russian, Yu Hong departed and went to visit Dr. Su on his way back, only to find that the underground cave where she stayed was empty and silent. Knock, knock, knock. He stood at the entrance of the underground cave and knocked. No response. Lowering his hand, he sighed softly, then turned to look at other places. The surroundings were silent, save for the distant, burning fire emitting thick smoke. The once tranquil forest was now entirely dyed red by the glow, and even nearing dusk, it was as bright as noon. Just as he was about to leave and return to his safe house, knock, knock, knock. Suddenly, there was knocking from inside Dr. Su's underground cave. Yu Hong glanced at the integrated red value detector in his collar, watching the red value rapidly soar past 80. Who's knocking? Dr. Su's cautious and wary voice came from inside the cave. Yu Hong looked at the red value once more, sighed inwardly, ignored the voice inside, and left directly. After walking a few steps, he suddenly turned back, bent down to pick up a stone, and carved on the ground in front of the wooden door, writing a line. The owner has left. There is a shadow inside. Once finished, he stood up again. Right by the half-drawn white curtain of the cave's window, there stood a woman in white. The woman stared blankly at him through the window, her eyes dull as she stood silently there. Her face was exactly that of Dr. Su, only with whiter skin exuding an indescribable decay, like a white wall about to peel. Yu Hong glanced at her, then turned and quickly left. Asterisk, asterisk, asterisk. Baiha City. Inside an abandoned auditorium. Rows of seats were a dark red, covered in knitted fabric. Some of the seats had collapsed, while others were intact but covered in dust. Masses of red seats formed a semicircle around a rectangular podium at the front. Currently, more than 20 people stood sparsely inside the auditorium, all of them United Army soldiers in camouflage uniforms, wearing helmets and tactical vests. In front of all the soldiers stood 3 officers in the same camouflage uniforms, with silver crescent moons pinned on their shoulders. The 3 officers, 2 men and 1 woman, each held paper and pen, recording names.
Su Yangqi,
Wang Xian, Zhang Jiawei, Lu Yu. One by one, names were called from the mouths of the 3 officers, and the soldiers whose names were called stepped forward to their respective officers to be assigned as squad members. As names were called, the 3 teams became clearer and had more members, and the number of remaining soldiers dwindled. About 10 minutes later, Marandon.
Su Dawi.
As time passed, the pace of name-calling slowed down. Finally, Ding Chao. With this name finished, the 3 officers stopped calling more names. Yet the soldiers were not all assigned. 2 women and a man were left without assignment. Is it over? Why are there still 3 people left unassigned? Su Fei, one of the 3 officers, frowned, looking at the other 2 of the same rank. I'm already full here. Same here, said another officer icily. The only female officer, Xuaningning, looked at the 2 helplessly. She understood the need for a mission team to be as elite as possible, but if they didn't select the remaining elite members, those left would have to form their own team to enter the mission zone. Such a team without a leader going into a mission area, encountering an unknown type of shadow or a blood-tide monster, would face a high risk of danger. So usually, before a mission, team leaders would try their best to take everyone and assign them. But now, Xuaningning looked at the list in her hand. The 3 remaining individuals were Oli, Chen Xiaoxing, and Lin Yi. Each of these 3 had troublesome flaws, even though they were local elite recommendations and had their strengths. But compared with ordinary soldiers, they looked inferior in this entirely elite team. Captain Liu, there are still 3 left. What do you think? Xuaningning frowned at the tallest male officer. Let them form their own team, Captain Liu replied without even glancing at the 3, taking his team and leaving the auditorium. Ouyang. Xuaningning turned to another officer of the same rank. Ningning, don't look at me. I have to be responsible for my team's safety. The new evolved species of evil shadow will spread here within a few days, and the blood tide concentration nearby is increasing. More people don't necessarily mean safer, which you understand, the other officer said reluctantly, also leading his team out of the auditorium. As they left, eyes fell on the remaining 3, making it clear to everyone that these 3 were the least desired and none of the superiors wanted them. Xuaningning watched her 2 colleagues leave, her expression equally troubled. She raised her hand, issuing a command for all team members to line up, ready to leave together. But midway through giving the departure order, she noticed the hopeful yet anxious gazes of the 3 remaining individuals and was moved, her heart softening. Fine, you come and join the team too. She waved them over. Her team was assigned the shortest exploration route, and it was also the safest one. Adding 3 more people should not be a big issue as long as they were careful. Yes. The last 3 quickly stood at attention and responded loudly. Stammering E and Oli stood together, and their faces, once worried about their rejection, now brimmed with joy. We got in. She happily grabbed Oli's hand and shook it. All right, got it. Don't touch me. Oli shook off her hand impatiently. She didn't care about which team she was in, as long as she joined. After all, her enlistment was only for a bite of food. If danger came, she'd run first. She wouldn't foolishly charge forward for any order. Standing on the side, the 3rd person, Chen Xiaoxing, was lackluster, with a pale face. Upon hearing the order to join, he breathed a slight sigh of relief. Watching the different reactions from the 3, Xuaningning, as the team leader, slightly shook her head internally. These 3, selfish one, intelligence problem one who can't operate equipment, and physically weak one with poor stamina. Though they each had their strengths, their weaknesses were too glaring. She wasn't sure whether taking these 3 would prove correct or not. Asterisk. How to solve the water issue? The sun set, and the fire still burned, but it was much smaller than before. Maybe it was blocked by a natural barrier or perhaps some other unknown reason, but in any case, the forest fire gradually started to die out. In the safe house, Yu Hong was still pondering how to resolve the water supply problem. Sitting on a wooden stool, he held a charcoal pen, drawing on a wooden board, his face contemplative. I have basically adapted to the current environment. If I relocate to the stream's edge, everything would have to start anew. Everything here couldn't be moved and would have to be abandoned. It would take too long. With that thought, he took a cup of water, tilted his head back, and took a drink to moisten his throat. Placing the cup down, he looked at the water droplets clinging to the inside walls of the cup, sighed, and set it on the table. He picked up the charcoal pen again. Wait! Suddenly, a flash of inspiration hit him like lightning in his mind. Just now, those droplets adhering to the cup's walls seemed to trigger an epiphany. What if I condense water from the air as a water source? The air had water, originating from various evaporated water vapors. High humidity in the air can cause mold, lead to microbial growth. If I can dehumidify directly, extracting water from the air, not only could I ensure a basic water supply, but I would also keep the living environment from molding easily, affecting health. The more he thought about it, the more feasible it became. So, how can I get a dehumidifier? He pondered, planning to start with Li Russian's supply team. This team went back and forth between city outposts. As long as it was in stock, they could get almost anything. But the price wouldn't be cheap, and he'd owe old Li, the tricky merchant, a mediator fee. Fortunately, the recent haul of loot had greatly enriched Yu Hong. More than 20 sets of basic protective gear, over 20 bulletless pistols, and more than 30 silver coins found from individual searches, over 20 knives, and other miscellaneous items like glasses, pencils, keys, pocket watches, magnesium sticks, luminous stone blankets, car keys, all sorts of things. Su Fan was indifferent to these, implying that the value of repairing and upgrading the blue whale set far exceeded this material in silver. Coming back to the thought of car keys, Yu Hong suddenly stood up. Those people drove here as well. According to the previous agreement, those cars should be mine too. He felt a surge of excitement. Car parts had numerous components, and he eagerly anticipated how they could be enhanced. With that thought, he decided first thing the next morning to look for the cars and then finally Russian to order a dehumidifier. Speaking of dehumidifiers, an energy source must also be prepared in advance. Yu Hong sighed, realizing that he'd circled back to the starting point. Energy. The solar power he had wasn't enough. Never mind, tomorrow I'll start with finding the cars. If I can directly enhance a car into a mobile safe house, the water problem might be solved through transportation, allowing a broader exploration range around me. He casually strengthened a large pyroxene stone and then began his daily workout. The next morning, Yu Hong woke up early. As soon as the sky began to brighten, he equipped himself and headed out to search for the vehicles Zhao Zhenghong's group had driven. With the sound of footsteps crunching on the ground, he walked at a moderate pace through the freshly extinguished charcoal forest land. The surrounding temperature remained high. Despite it being the coldest part of the morning, he felt as if he were in the height of summer, uncomfortably hot. Chapter 72. Fleet 070. Over an hour later, on the edge of a winding, gray highway among the forest, a tall, black figure emerged slowly from the dense woods. The figure was clad in a thick, black bulletproof outfit, wearing a helmet with deep brown goggles looking left and right to make sure there were no other living things, before sliding gently down the slope alongside the road. With a rustle, he brought down a patch of black mud and withered leaves, sliding to the highway with ease like down a slide. Once at the bottom, he stood firm, patting the mud and rotten leaves off his body. The figure looked up, quickly locking eyes on the 3 dark green jeeps parked by the side of the road. "I've finally found them," he sighed with relief in his voice. After circling the nearby area for over an hour, he had at last found the vehicles left behind by Zhao Zhenghong and his company. He walked briskly to the first vehicle. He closely examined the rugged, practical appearance of the Jeep. The vehicle was like a set of building blocks, composed of one large and one smaller rectangle connected together. The large block was the cabin, the small block the hood. The 2 large, round headlights wrapped in steel wire looked like toad eyes, extremely conspicuous. Yu Hong walked to the driver's side, pulled on the car door, but it wouldn't open. He bent down and fished out 3 car keys from the outer pocket, the shield-shaped car keys also in army green with a silver star mark on them. He gripped the end of the key, yanked it forcefully, and immediately the cover came off, revealing the long, silver key inside. Just like the door keys, not automatic sensors. Yu Hong found the keyhole on the door, inserted the key, and twisted. Click. The door opened. Good luck. Got it right with the first key. He glanced at the red value LCD screen on his collar to ensure the figure was normal, then leaned in to search the vehicle. The interior of the car was exceedingly simple. A dashboard, seats, an integrated radio, and nothing more, not even an air conditioner. Rustle. Yu Hong reached up to pull open the car roof, and to his surprise, it was a folding roof with a series of long solar panels on top. An electric car with solar charging, he exclaimed, thrilled. He quickly found the wires connecting the solar panels to the inside of the cabin. He continued to search inside the vehicle and soon discovered the solar charging battery display. It was a small, circular black and white LCD screen hanging on the left side of the driver's seat. No bigger than a walnut, obscured by the steering wheel and quite unobtrusive. He grabbed the display to take a look. The battery is full. This has definitely got more capacity than the one I had before. Yu Hong, feeling pleased, swiftly sat in the driver's seat to test the startup, moving forward, reversing, and turning left and right. All without issues. The vehicle was in perfect condition. Then he got out of the car and pressed his hand on the door. Strengthen solar car direction. Increase space, fully enhance and improve protection, enhanced durability. Initially, he didn't dare to enhance too much, as his previous tests indicated that the larger the volume, the more time was needed for enhancement. So, he decided to just give it a try without any enhancement to see the countdown. Shortly after, a black line flashed from the black mark into the car. A mechanical voice promptly announced, "Would you like to enhance the solar car?" Yu Hong ignored the voice, stepping back to observe the countdown timer that appeared on the car. 11 days, 4 hours, 5 minutes. So long. His face under the helmet momentarily froze. As expected, the bigger the volume, the longer it takes. Going without using the black mark for a total of 11 days wasn't good news for him. But a mobile solar car, with some basic protection and paired with a luminous stone mat, I could completely explore other areas instead of just staying in one place. Yu Hong felt conflicted. Wait a minute. His eyes suddenly paused. What materials do I need to collect? In this era where food and drink could only be obtained through personal cultivation and gathering, there wasn't much difference for him between staying put and traveling far away. The only place he needed to go far for was the pyroxene or mine. Since it wasn't much of a walk from where he lived to the mine, driving there would actually be slower. So, after some thought, the car didn't seem to have much use for him other than transporting water. With this in mind, a decision quickly formed in Yu Hong's head. He rummaged through the trunk of the car and found a toolbox. Taking out the tools, he swiftly dismantled the solar engine from inside the car. Fortunately, the solar system of the car was very rudimentary. The modifier had clearly not cared about hiding the wires for the sake of aesthetics, prioritizing function over form. This made it easier for Yu Hong to dismantle it at this time. He moved quickly and soon had taken apart the solar engines from all 3 cars, stacked them up, and transported them back and forth to the safe house. Back and forth, it took him a little over 2 hours to transport everything. In addition, he also took down 3 lighting bulbs from the cars. Along with the necessary wiring, he wouldn't need to wait for Li Rushan to bring supplies to get electric lights this time. Back at the safe house, looking at the heaping piles of items, Yu Hong felt much more at ease. With this, when I need the car, I'll just fit the engine on site. When I don't, nobody else will be able to drive the 3 vehicles. Next, he agilely found a corner inside the cave, fixed the lamp boxes in place, connected the wires, and connected the solar engine. Click. He flipped the switch. Immediately, bright light filled the dark cavern for the first time. Pure white light softly illuminated every corner of the safe house, casting its gentle glow on Yu Hong's pale, rough face. He looked at the light and a sense of gratitude inexplicably rose in his heart. He just stared at the light for a good while before he sat down in great spirits, took a short rest, and then moved the rest of the debris to the corner before continuing to dig the second chamber with renewed vigor. With the light shining on him, he seemed to regain a lot of strength and worked non-stop until noon. After having lunch and practicing his heavy leg skill, his emotions finally settled down. Outside, the sunlight grew dimmer, and clouds gathered densely in the sky, slowly followed by the rumble of thunder. Yu Hong had just started practicing when suddenly a flurry of disordered footsteps came from outside. This is the place. I see the door, someone exclaimed with joy. Quickly, the footsteps drew closer. Come, Let me pull you up. A young woman's voice sounded. Then two people climbed the stone steps and stood at the door. Thump, thump, thump. Is anyone there? Is anyone inside? We are a convoy passing by and would like to buy some luminous stones from you. Yu Hong slightly furrowed his brow, glanced at the silver talisman array behind the door, which did not react, and immediately confirmed that it was neither the evil shadow nor the shadow. He remembered what Li Rushan had told him before, that refugee convoys would be passing by lately, and to be on the lookout. He approached the door without delay. Swish. He slid open the peephole shutter and saw two young girls who looked alike crammed outside. Both were wearing similar white, long-sleeved t-shirts, with their long hair tied into ponytails, pale skin, pretty looks, and their peach blossom eyes, clearly made up, were watery. The two girls stood one in front of the other. The one in the front had a perky nose and lips that were smaller and pinker than the other girls, and her chest was fuller and more voluptuous. "Hello, hello," the girl said, quickly forcing a smile when she spotted the peephole opening. "We're looking to trade for some luminous stones to use on the road. What's your price here? What kind of goods do you accept? Luminous stones? I only sell large pyroxene stones here, not the ordinary ones," Yu Hong said casually. For him, mining regular luminous stones was time-consuming and labor-intensive, yielding too little profit compared to using them as materials. As for goods, let's say food and dry rations. He thought for a moment and responded. He wasn't lacking anything for the time being, but he could trade for some dry rations to keep in reserve. Yeah. Food we have just enough for ourselves. Can we exchange clothes, blankets, and stuff like that? Also some small furniture, tableware. The girl responded. How much are those worth? Do you have any silver?
Yu Hong frowned.
Silver. Silver. The girl looked a bit embarrassed. In that case, we can work for you. Let us know if you need any heavy lifting done. We've got lots of people. We can help you get it done faster. Yu Hong understood they were simply a bunch of paupers. Please help us out. We thought there was a small village here before we arrived. But when we got here, everyone was gone, leaving only you three households. We've run out of luminous stones. We really have no other choice. If we don't have luminous stone bags to protect us at night, many people will die in our vehicles. The girl pleaded with Yu Hong, bringing her hands together in prayer. How many people do you have in total? How many vehicles? Yu Hong asked. 5 buses. More than 100 people. The girl replied helplessly. Where do you come from? Yu Hong continued to inquire. Why are you fleeing? We came from Yuha City over there. When we left it was chaos, so many people died. The joint military sent support troops twice, and both times it was no use. We saw no hope and could only flee. The girl said in a low voice, and up close, it was noticeable that her eyes were bloodshot. Is it the evil shadow attacking you? The withered woman. Yu Hong tensed up, asking quickly. Their predicament was such that even the joint military could not handle it. Moreover, it was at the level of a city-sized Hope City, which was completely different from the towns before. A city-sized Hope City was far more powerful than a town. Basically, what he had, the city had, and probably more. If even the city defenses were inadequate, it would mean he certainly couldn't hold off an attack. Not the withered woman. It's the language person. As the girl mentioned this name, her body involuntarily shivered, as if trembling with fear. Language person. Yu Hong recalled the danger level information he had heard on the radio, which included the name of the language person among the evil shadow. A super threat even more dangerous and terrifying than the withered woman. Tell me everything you know about the language person, all the details, all the intelligence. I want it all. As a reward, I will give you 2 large pyroxene stones. Yu Hong said quickly. Hearing this, the girls' faces brightened, and they immediately nodded in agreement. Yes. Asterisk. 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 Between the deep green sea of trees lay a gray road that meandered far into the distance until it met the horizon. In the middle, on the left side of the road, there were 5 gray and white buses parked. The buses were covered with sturdy white metal plates, and all windows were nailed shut with thick wooden boards from the inside. Is this the convoy? Not far from the convoy, hidden behind a patch of brown grass, a young man crouched on the ground, his camouflage blending in with the surroundings, his head adorned with a halo of dried grass. Yup, I originally came here because you mentioned finding some abandoned jeeps, but it turns out this is a big catch, another person crouched beside him whispered with a smile. Let's report back to the boss. We should be able to get our hands on some good loot. I already saw some twin sisters get off the buses. There's got to be more inside, the young man said with a sleazy grin. The club just lost a few young ones. If we can replenish them from here, hehehe, we'll get a share of the boss's bounty. The other person also laughed. After observing for a while longer, one of them spoke up again. All right, I'll contact Sister Yu. Tell her to send people over for the meetup. Okay. One of them got up and silently left to go further away. The young man left behind continued to squat, carefully watching the movements of the convoy. What seemed strange to him, though, was that despite the fact that around 10 people had originally disembarked from the 5 buses, after squatting there for a good 10 minutes or more, there was no further movement from inside the vehicles at all. The 5 buses were as still as coffins, completely motionless, eerily silent. What's going on? The man furrowed his brow, took the luminous stone blanket from behind him, and draped it over his body. As soon as the blanket was on, he felt much safer. But looking at those 5 buses, he couldn't shake the feeling that something wasn't quite right. Chapter 73, Night Rain. Inside the cave safe house. Separated by a door, Yu Hong carefully started to listen to the other party, describing information about the language person. My name is Zhou Shaoling, and she is my younger sister, Zhou Xiaoyin. We've only encountered a language person once. The girl with the large chest instinctively grasped at the clothes on her chest, lightly biting her lip, her eyes as if still reflecting the fear that once lingered. We originally worked in a customer service company, just constantly taking phone calls all day, but after the black disaster hit, we were assigned as nursing staff and given emergency training to take care of injured people. But it was just a while back. How long ago was a while back? Yu Hong suddenly interrupted her. About 2 weeks ago. Zhou Shaoling thought for a moment before answering. Go on. Yu Hong nodded, taking note of the time. 2 weeks ago, the medical center we worked at brought in a special patient. Zhou Shaoling's pretty face showed a hint of fear. She began to swallow repeatedly, her body gradually tensing, unconsciously leaning forward as if wanting to get closer to Yu Hong. That patient. She always liked to mutter to herself for no apparent reason. Clearly, there was no one around her. Yet she spoke as naturally as if talking to another person, engaging in one-sided conversations. Could it be something invisible to ordinary people?
Yu Hong frowned.
It's not. It's not that. Zhou Shaoling shook her head vigorously. At first we thought so too, but regardless of what tests we ran, the red value was all normal. There were no problems. But later on, her condition became more severe. She started to laugh by herself often, very happily. That kind. Even in the sudden, quiet environment, she would abruptly start laughing heartily and naturally. Sometimes it was in the middle of the night, other times during the day. As time went on, she got increasingly annoyed with anyone around her. No matter what we said to her, paying us less and less attention. Zhou Shaoling at this point, in just a short span of time, turned alarmingly pale, with fine beads of sweat covering her forehead. Until one day, at this moment, she seemed to recall something extremely terrifying, shivering all over, causing her younger sister behind her to also turn pale, quietly grabbing her hand. The two sisters clung to each other as if it would make them feel safer. What happened? Yu Hong once again checked the silver talisman array behind the door to make sure there was no problem, then continued to look at the two women. That day, Zhou Shaoling trembled even more. She clenched her teeth, looking down as if she was at the peak of fear. Her voice got softer and softer, making it impossible for others to hear clearly what she was saying. What? Yu Hong frowned and instinctively leaned closer, trying to hear more clearly. That day, she Zhou Xiaoling turned even paler. Her head bowed as if shrinking, trembling all over. She still spoke, describing something, but her voice was shaky due to fear, intermittent, and utterly unclear. "Can you speak up? I can't hear you," Yu Hong said with a frown. Okay. Zhou Xiaoling quickly nodded, opening her mouth to speak again. But just then, her whole body stiffened suddenly, frozen on the spot. She seemed as if she had been hit with a pressure point, stopping her quivers completely, standing still like a wax figure, her eyes wide with terror staring at Yu Hong. No, to be precise, staring behind Yu Hong. As if there was something extremely terrifying appearing there. Yu Hong also felt something was wrong at this moment, and he grabbed the Wolf Fang club next to the door and swung it behind him quickly. Whoosh! The club whistled fiercely through the air, swinging at nothing. After confirming nothing was amiss, he quickly leaned against the door, turning back to look at Zhou Xiaoling. "What did you see?" Silence. Yu Hong froze in place, blinking his eyes, because, in just that instant, the Zhou sisters outside the door had disappeared. Could they be hiding? He considered the possibility. If they were crouching down out of sight in a blind spot from the peephole, indeed they could evade his sight. Instantly he crouched down and knocked on the door. Thud thud. "Zhou Xiaoling? Are you still there?" he asked. There was no response from the outside, eerily silent and tranquil. Yu Hong asked several times, receiving no reply. He thought for a moment, quickly put on the polar bear bulletproof suit, picked up the Wolf Fang club, took the silver talisman array, and grasped the door handle. Wait, what if I go out now and happen to encounter that language person? What if these two were a trap? His movements ceased, and he released the door handle. Let's wait a bit longer. If the Zhou sisters are just scared and hiding, there will definitely be some noise soon. Whether they are genuine seekers of help or a trap, I shouldn't be the one panicking. Yu Hong patiently leaned against the door, sitting cross-legged on the ground. Time ticked away. 10 minutes. Half an hour. An hour. 2 hours. Thunder rumbled outside, looking like rain was imminent. Outside, still not a sound of life, nor any fluctuation on the red value detector. The sky was about to darken. Yu Hong let out a long breath, poured himself a cup of water, and gulped it down. Then he moved to the back of the door once more. His hand touched the door handle again, this time with a much more resolute look in his eyes. This long without any noise, and night is almost here, the Zhou sisters must have encountered trouble. Regardless of the nature of the event, it happened right outside my door, in a place I'd have to exit and enter. After so long, I've got to go check. Click. The doorknob was slowly turned and opened. Yu Hong held the Wolf Fang club in one hand and gently pushed open the door. There was no one outside, an empty void. No Zhou sisters nor anything else. Yu Hong stood in front of the door, looking left and right, noting that the whole yard was still as before, the luminous grass lush and vibrant, restored to their former vitality. But he stepped out the door, crouched down, and started to closely examine the ground. The ground was covered in a lot of white lime, a byproduct of his usual stone chamber carving and excavation. These lime powders clearly imprinted the large footprints from his frequent comings and goings. Only, at this moment, what made Yu Hong furrow his brows as he crouched down was, at the doorway, why were there only his footprints? What about the Zhou Xiaoling sisters who had just been here? They clearly stood at the door for quite a long time. How could... Yu Hong's expression darkened, and he quickly descended, checking around the courtyard along the stone stairs. He soon had checked the necessary path to the safe house's door, confirming that there were only his own footprints along the way, with no trace of anyone else. If there are only my footprints, then those two who were talking and asking for help just now, where did they go? Were they really human? A thread of doubt rose in Yu Hong's heart. He looked around, suddenly having an ominous premonition. Returning to shut the door, he armed himself with his handgun and tied his dagger securely. With his reinforced handgun at his side, his sense of security greatly increased. Then he stuffed a stack of talisman array plaques into his chest pocket. The 2 silver talisman arrays bolstered his confidence even further. Stepping out of the cave, he left the courtyard and rushed toward the post office. He was going to find Li Rushan, who, as a postman, might know some insider information. Thud, thud, thud. Yu Hong moved quickly, because it was getting dark, and he had to make the round trip swiftly. Soon, he arrived at the post office in just 10 minutes. The stone building of the post office was pitch dark and silent. The windows were covered with thick black curtains, and the main door was shut tight, with dangerous poison-thorned brambles hanging around the courtyard perimeter. Li Rushan, who usually liked playing games with his daughter in the courtyard, was now strangely quiet. Yu Hong frowned and knocked on the wooden courtyard door. Thump, thump, thump. No reply. What's going on? He narrowed his eyes and knocked again. Still no response. This was not right. Even if Li Rushan thought a shadow had come, he should have signaled with a code. Why was there no response at all? Knocking on the door again. This time Yu Hong knocked much more rapidly. Thump, thump, thump. Still no reply. After thinking it over, he left the post office and quickly headed back. He had been planning to find old Zhou to ask, but there was no time left. He looked up at the sky, where dark clouds were densely packed, making it darker much earlier than usual. Boom! A clap of thunder. Tiny raindrops began to fall, hissing lightly as they struck the grass. Probably have half an hour before complete darkness. Yu Hong estimated the time and couldn't help but quicken his pace. Living in such an environment, he had long learned to observe the sky to judge how quickly it would get dark. His way back was uneventful, and he smoothly returned to the courtyard, to the safe house door in the cave, taking out his keys to unlock the door. He had just entered when the raindrops outside suddenly increased in size. Boom, boom. The thunder rolled, and heavy rain cascaded down, pounding the luminous stone grass in the courtyard to tremble and bow their heads. Yu Hong turned on the lights, and the bright white light made him feel much safer. After removing his suit, he returned to the door and looked outside through the glass window beside the peephole. Could the Zhou Shaoling sisters be a shadow? But a shadow would not act so naturally. It's impossible for them to have such a long and natural conversation. But if they're not a shadow, why did they leave no footprints outside? Yu Hong found himself at a loss. He originally wanted to ask Li Rushan for information about the language person, but returned empty-handed. His instincts told him that this language person was probably more troublesome and more dangerous than the previous withered woman. Watching the torrential rain outside, he sat quietly in the safe cave, rested for a while, then stood up and continued to practice the heavy leg skill. The 8th strand of inner chi was slowly taking shape. According to the record of the heavy leg skill, 9 strands of inner chi would nearly complete a full enhancement. If the enhancement succeeded, he could enter the second layer, which is to practice the second move, the side grab kick. This cultivation technique was comprised of 3 layers, simple to learn and well-suited to him. Feeling he was on the verge of a breakthrough, Yu Hong relaxed his mind, not thinking about what had just happened, and focused on training. After exercising for more than an hour, he started a fire, cooked something to eat. Late into the night, after making sure there were no black insects outside, Yu Hong finally lay down at ease and crawled into his sleeping bag to rest.
Yu Hong. Yu Hong.
In the middle of the night, half asleep, Yu Hong frowned, slowly woken by a clear calling voice. He squinted his eyes groggily and saw the glowing white array patterns on the cave ceiling. The gray-white stone walls, the bright white array patterns, the rough rock textures. Everything was just like before. The air was filled with a mixture of mushrooms, jerky, protein bar soup, and a musty smell. Chapter 74. Night Rain Part 2 Alliance Hierarch. Yu Hong, why are you still asleep? At that moment, a familiar voice sounded next to Yu Hong's ear. Under the light, his expression froze. He quickly looked around and found that he was still alone in the cave, with no living soul outside, no shadow. Who's there? He crawled out of the sleeping bag, quickly grabbing a piece of silver talisman array as he looked around warily. How come you've slept so long and haven't woken up? Didn't you say we were going to have a team-building event earlier? Everyone found you asleep at home and couldn't wake you, so they took you to the hospital together. You've been lying here for 2 days now. It's good that you're showing signs of waking. Otherwise, they were going to have an expert consultation at the hospital since you're quite a rare case. The voice continued. Yu Hong carefully began to inspect everything in the cave, trying to determine the source of the voice. But to his dismay, there was nothing around him. And the voice gradually grew weaker and receded, like a radio with a bad signal. Chun Huiru? Are you Chun Huiru? He remembered the voice belonging to his closest female colleague at work. Yes, it's me. How come just 2 days and you act like you don't recognize me? Can you see me? Can you see me? The voice continued. A soft wind noise followed, as if someone was waving their hand. Do you see my hand? Chun Huiru said. Seems like you've been lying down too long. How come this illness is affecting your vision as well? Chan Huiru questioned, a hint of concern in her voice. Don't worry, the company is covering 80% of the costs for little you. This rare condition is taken seriously by the hospital's expert group. They're actively consulting to figure out a treatment plan. A male colleague's voice chimed in. You really can't see at all? This could be troubling. A third voice sounded not far away. Everyone, just put the gifts on the floor by the bedside. It's time for the patient's checkup. They need peace and quiet. An impatient female voice seemed to be that of a nurse. Nurse, can I ask how my friend is doing now? Chun Huiru inquired. Doing okay, but you all need to be careful in the future. The patient often sees doctors and nurses as monsters in his dreams and even sleepwalks and attacks people. So be cautious, the nurse replied impatiently. Yu Hong stood in the safe house, listening to the voices continually echoing around him, his face devoid of expression. He poured himself a glass of water, drank it in one gulp, planning to see what trick these voices were playing. The patient is immersed in his imagined world and won't return to reality. You all visiting him periodically helps his recovery. The nurse's voice lingered, sometimes distant, sometimes near. Yes, we understand. We'll visit him whenever we can. It's such a pity. Little Yu is so. Gradually, the sounds of his colleagues exiting echoed. Yu Hong walked to the doorway, gazing at the continuing downpour outside, feeling inexplicably confused. Asterisk, was that just a conversation? Asterisk, he guessed in his heart. Asterisk, or am I really just dreaming while in a coma? Is everything before me something I imagined? Asterisk. He stretched out his hand and gently touched the wooden door in front of him. The rough texture of the door and the chilly, solid feedback made him sense the reality of the world. Retracting his hand, he began to make a fire and cook. The bright flames leaped about, releasing waves of warmth that bathed the entire cave. As he added firewood, suddenly Yu Hong's hand fell short, unable to catch something new. He turned and saw that the place where the firewood was piled was already empty. No more dry wood. He sighed. Yes, no more wood. Chun Huiru's voice sounded next to his ear. Yu Hong hesitated, quickly looking around, but still saw nothing. He remained alone in the cave. He's sleep-talking again. Another nurse's voice arose. The doctor says cases like his can only wake by entirely breaking away from their dreams. How does he break away from it? Sometimes it seems fun, but after seeing it a lot, he does seem pretty pitiful. Chun Huiru's voice came. In a few days, they'll operate on his brain. The morning test confirmed he's affected by a special tumor in his brain, which is why he's been asleep so long. Removing the tumor should help him recover quickly, the nurse said. Yu Hong kept a blank expression, leaning against the side of the fireplace, quietly listening to the voices. A while later, everything quieted down. The voices of the nurse and Chan Huiru faded away, replaced by an increasingly noticeable scraping sound. It was like something was being cut, a sibilant, slightly grating noise. Along with the scraping, there was a faint humming from Chan Huiru. I'm visiting you again. This time I'll cut some fruit for you. You're about to have surgery soon. I don't know if it's dangerous, but you must cooperate with the treatment and strive to get well soon. Listening to the voice, Yu Hong moved the cooked food aside and picked up a red value detector again. He'd seized a few of these among the spoils in the past. They were all here with him. The red value readings remained the same, quite calm and stable. He put down the detector and rose to the door, pulling the peephole cover open. Outside, the rain poured down heavily, a misty stretch that blurred everything. He stood quietly at the door, unmoving, gazing out the window, staring at the rain. Asterisk, asterisk, asterisk. Post office, stone house basement. Li Rushan held his daughter Izina, sitting in a bright bedroom reading. Daddy, just now, I think I heard Uncle Yu Hong knocking. Izina suddenly turned and asked. It doesn't concern us. You misheard. Li Rushan replied with a smile. But I really heard it, Izina insisted. Even if you did hear it, you can't respond. The echo people suddenly polluted this place. Any response to a sound results in getting infected, Li Rushan sighed. This evil shadow can't be detected for red value changes under normal circumstances. It keeps accumulating, creating a desired vision for you, making you think everything is false. If you leave here, all will return to normal. Isn't that scary? Izina shrunk back in fear. I originally planned to leave a note for little you. But Li Rushan shook his head, remembering the scene he saw, his pupils involuntarily constricting. 10 minutes earlier, thud, outside the stone house of the post office, Li Rushan heard shouting, hurriedly climbed to the surface, looked out the window, and tossed a crumpled note. The ball of paper hit Yu Hong outside in the yard. But much to Li Rushan's astonishment, Yu Hong showed no response, stoically ignoring the white paper ball right in front of him, and continued calling at the stone house. Is anyone there? Open the door. Is anyone there? Open the door. Yu Hong stood outside the yard, repeating this phrase over and over, banging on the door. His posture was upright, strangely missing his usual Wolf Fong club. Witnessing this, Li Rushan's heart tensed, his voice ready to respond stuck in his throat. In an instant, he recalled the detailed intel on the echo people, feeling a chill. Seeing Yu Hong mechanically knocking outside the yard, he dared not utter a word, quickly shut the window, and retreated downstairs. After a while, Yu Hong stopped knocking, unreciprocated calls left unanswered, and vacantly turned back the way he came. The note intended to remind him lay on the grass before him, yet even the conspicuous white failed to catch his eye as he turned and left. Daddy, if infected by the echo people evil shadow, how do you counter it? Izina's question drew Li Rushan back from his memory. He came to, sighed deeply, surveyed the quiet bedroom of the basement around him, and finally settled his gaze on his beloved daughter. The echo people's infection is quite troublesome. You get infected by hearing a sound and responding. Initially, there are no dangers, just different sounds, but over time it becomes increasingly dangerous and unstable. Until 12 hours later, when it completely erupts. He paused. And the only way to counter it is to have enough luminous stones ready at the moment it erupts. But how many are enough? Izina asked urgently. I don't know. Li Rushan shook his head. But it'll need at least a red value of -2,000. Around 20 to 30 large pyroxene stones. Uncle Yu Hong should be fine. After all, he works with large pyroxene stones, so he should have enough. Izina breathed a sigh of relief. Li Rushan didn't reply. Only the scene of seeing Yu Hong replayed in his mind. According to estimates, if it was just as he got infected, then by now it should be about time. At this thought, a trace of worry flashed across his brows. He had invested so much in Yu Hong. If that kid died, it would be a huge loss. Asterisk, asterisk, asterisk. Inside the cave's safe house, Yu Hong watched the rain outside, suddenly exhaling deeply, about to turn and rest. Bang! Suddenly, a gunshot echoed through the downpour outside. Quick! Run! A terribly familiar female voice shouted immediately after the gunshot. Then came the hurried footsteps, harsh breathing. Yu Hong shuddered, rushed to the peephole again, and looked outside. But the rain was too heavy. and he couldn't see a thing.
Bang, bang.
Quickly, 2 more gunshots followed. "E!" the second familiar female voice yelled. "Run! I'll distract him."
No.
"Don't!" the voice of stammering E followed. Hearing this, Yu Hong could no longer contain himself. He turned to quickly put on the lightweight reinforced gray lizard suit, grabbed his Wolf Fong club, opened the door, and rushed out. Crack! Lightning slashed across the sky, illuminating everything in a ghastly white. Yu Hong dashed towards the direction of the voices, crossing the yard, charging into the rain. Thud, thud. With the sound of his heavy footsteps, distinct footprints were left on the ground. Just after racing out of the yard, he abruptly stopped and quickly looked ahead. Something's wrong. Ahead, he saw only the rain and the swaying woods. In the dim, early morning wooded area, there was no one but himself. Stammering E shouldn't be far off in Hope City. How could she suddenly appear here? Realizing something was amiss, his inner chi instantly surged, and he doubled back, swiftly returning to the yard. The luminous stone grass scattered across the yard gave him a considerable sense of security. Back in the yard, he decided not to venture out anymore and headed straight back to the cave entrance. But just as he opened the door to go inside, a dull noise emerged behind him. Thud! "E!" Dr. Su's cries sounded again. "Your leg! What happened to your leg?" she wailed. Crack! Listening to the voice, the stick in Yu Hong's hand was gripped so tight it creaked. He resisted the urge to rush out and investigate again, leaning back against the wall and taking a deep breath. Chapter 75. Night Rain 3. "Don't try to fool me. Don't try to fool me," Yu Hong murmured softly, closing his eyes and shutting out his inner thoughts, listening only to his own voice. The current cave safe house had truly achieved the effect of the pyroxene secret room. And because it used the talisman array, it was safer than the original version with less radiation. "As long as I don't go out, you can't harm me. As long as I don't go out." He repeated the words. Thinking back now, he became increasingly certain that everything had started to behave oddly when Zhou Shaoling and her sister appeared. Before the two of them came over, the sounds around him were all normal. Never had there been any suddenly occurring noises. But after they appeared, everything changed. Yu Hong remained motionless, his back against the wall like a statue. The sounds outside continued for over 10 minutes, gradually dimming and finally disappearing, returning to the previous sound of rain. Yu Hong didn't move, still leaning against the wall, waiting for time to pass. After more than half an hour, he was sure no sounds were coming from outside and finally allowed himself to relax, standing up straight. He poured himself a glass of water, drank it all in one gulp, and checked the talisman array inside the safe house to ensure everything was intact, feeling much more at ease. He had now accumulated 3 silver talisman arrays, a pile of more than 20 ordinary talisman arrays, and more than 10 large pyroxene stones. The red value of the large pyroxene stone hovered around 80, the ordinary talisman array about 100, and 1 silver talisman array was 500. With such strong protection, not to mention the numerous talisman arrays carved into every surface of the cave safe house, Yu Hong had no fear of shadowy invasions. It was just that sound. If it's not an evil shadow or shadow, then, could it really be me? Yu Hong repeatedly examined the red value detector, confirming all data displayed was normal. He also verified that he had no positive values of evil shadow or shadow on himself. With a sigh of relief, he removed his bulletproof vest and sat down by the fireplace to rest for a while. "Take him to the operating room. It's ready over there." Suddenly, a steady male voice startled him, catching him off guard. Yu Hong shivered all over, his alertness suddenly heightened as he looked around. But as before, nothing was there. He stood up. Soon, he heard the sound of wheels turning. Then doors opening and closing, the elevator's ascent and descent indicator sounds. Becoming a little restless, in a short while, Yu Hong heard a faint humming noise approaching. The anesthesia injection is done, but the dosage is slightly low. He might feel something now, but it shouldn't be a big problem. the male voice said again. Increase the rotation speed. Be careful with the angle when we perform the craniotomy later. I'll try to make the incision as small as possible. Okay, doctor. The piercing hum, like that of a cutting saw, became clearer and rang louder in his ears. Yu Hong felt a tingling on his scalp. He could clearly hear the sound of the saw right in the middle of the cave. He walked a few steps, pinpointed the exact location of the saw, instinctively pulling away from it. Watch out! The doctor's voice appeared once more. I'm about to start. Okay, replied the nurse's voice. Buzz. The sharp hum slowly approached Yu Hong. It got closer and closer. It was as if an invisible saw was hovering in the air, continually moving rapidly towards him, moving towards his head. Still trying to fool me? Yu Hong's grip tightened on the Wolf Fang club and he swung it fiercely. But the club sliced through the air, hitting nothing, not even producing the usual whistling sound a swing would make. As if in a silent film with the sound turned off, Yu Hong heard nothing other than the continuously approaching sound of the saw rotating. Sweat started to dampen his forehead. His heart began to race. In his ears, the entire safe house transformed completely into an operating room. Pay attention to the patient's reaction. Hold him down. Don't let him struggle and escape. The doctor's steady voice came back. All right. Two nurses' voices sounded simultaneously. But the saw drew ever closer. Closer and closer. Sweat increased on Yu Hong's forehead. His eyes locked on the red value detector. He let the Wolf Fang club fall from one hand and swiftly grabbed a piece of the silver talisman array. But to no avail. The detector recorded all normal values, and the silver talisman array sustained no damage. The buzzing sound of the saw was now within arm's reach, seemingly about to touch his forehead, almost at his hair. Soon it would be sawing down. Make sure to hold the patient. The reduced anesthetic is making him struggle a bit. The doctor's voice repeatedly urged. I'll count to 3, 2, 1. You all exert force together. Okay. Ready. Two nurses responded quickly. Sweat was pouring profusely from Yu Hong, and his muscles were growing increasingly tense. He didn't know which side to believe. If he trusted the sounds, then he should immediately escape now. If he trusted his eyes on everything in front of him, then he must remain in the safe house, staying unmovable. Thunk! In a sudden roll, he moved from his position. But it was futile. The surroundings seemed to have only the voices of the doctor and nurse, and the saw. No other sounds of objects colliding existed. Everything faded to silence. Only the muted sound of the saw remained. 3. The doctor began counting down. The saw was still hovering in front of his forehead. 2. Yu Hong widened his eyes, swinging the silver talisman array wildly in an attempt to dispel the sounds, but it was futile. His body grew increasingly tense to the point of pain. A creepy, tingling sensation spread progressively from his forehead, as if a sharp object was creeping ever closer. 1! The doctor shouted, repeating seemingly. Ah! Yu Hong roared loudly, letting out a frenzied scream, with one hand grasping a silver talisman array, and the other reclaiming the Wolf Fang club. He unleashed his inner chi in a burst across his body, with a layer of translucent cuticle faintly swelling under his skin. Go to hell! He swung both the talisman array and the Wolf Fang club wildly, and then angrily hurled himself into the corner packed with talisman boards. 2. Lying low in the corner, Yu Hong pressed talisman arrays and large pyroxene stones to himself desperately, deciding to trust what he saw. 3. Buzz! At that moment, an immense booming hum exploded next to his ear. The cave's lights started flickering wildly, fluctuating in brightness. Lying prone on the ground, Yu Hong suddenly started to seep out a transparent, water-like gel from his body. The gel exuded rapidly from every pore of his body, pouring out of his clothes. The very moment it met the air, it was immediately counteracted and vaporized by some powerful force the surrounding talisman array emitted. Buzz! A faint humming resonated around the cave. Inside the cave, all talisman arrays began to emit a faint glow as if resisting something. On the ground, the abundant piles of luminous stones began to glow too, the brightest among them being the 3 silver talisman arrays. These emitted silver radiance as they madly unleashed an unseen exotic radiation. This radiation forcefully merged with that of other arrays, forming a field that ruthlessly pressed down the vast amounts of transparent gel exuding from Yu Hong's body. The values on the red value detector fluctuated madly, dropping rapidly from an initial 3500 when the gel appeared, plummeting alongside the glowing arrays, plummeting quickly down to 2000, and then continued downward. 10 seconds, 20 seconds, 30 seconds. The detector's readings fell to 0 in an instant, then emitted a beeping alarm. Phew! The gel on Yu Hong's body finally completely stopped seeping, and with the evaporation and disappearance of the last bit of gel, the pile of talisman boards next to him turned completely ashen, indicating they've been fully consumed. Likewise, the 3 silver talisman arrays also turned gray, depleted entirely. Not only that, at least half the array patterns on the walls also dimmed at that moment, and only a third or so farther away managed to barely hold their original state. A minute later, everything fell silent. NGH. Yu Hong slowly rose from the ground, shaking his head. Looking around, the first thing he saw was the completely depleted pile of talisman boards. His expression changed as he quickly picked one up for a closer look. All consumed. He set down the board, moving to inspect the silver talisman arrays, which showed the same post-use condition. Just as I thought. I gambled correctly. That voice was trying to force me out of the cave, away from here. In that instant, Yu Hong understood everything in his heart. Connecting all the dots, he realized those earlier sounds. Colleagues, surgeries, the voice of stammering Yi, and Dr. Su were all meant to lure him away from the safe house, beyond the protective charm of those many arrays. But he held firm. Even when it came down to it, he didn't buy into the voice's temptations. What on earth? Could it be that's a language spirit?
Yu Hong pantait d'avilie.
With a silver talisman array in hand, he used a black mark to restore it to its original state swiftly. Seeing the countdown appear and start ticking, he finally set down the silver array board, standing up straight. Only now did he notice that he was completely drenched in sweat. Recalling the earlier events, they were truly perilous. Especially the beginning with the voice of stammering Yi, which nearly lured him out of the safe house. Thank goodness he realized the anomaly in time and burst back with inner chi. Seems like it's safe now. Yu Hong checked the cave again, confirming there were no more sounds around his ears. After busting around busily for more than half an hour, he finally breathed a sigh of relief. Seizing the opportunity while the silver talisman array was restoring, he walked cautiously to the door, pulling open the surveillance window to look outside. In the outside courtyard, the once vibrant pyroxene grass had now completely withered and turned black, devoid of any lively aura. It looked like a frost-stricken lawn, utterly devoid of life.
Yu Hong S face d'Arkened.
He shut the surveillance window, not wanting to look further, sweeping through the cave before heading to the pile of consumed large pyroxene stones. Sitting down cross-legged, forcibly suppressing his massive mental exhaustion, and pulling over the luminous stone blanket to cover himself fully, closing his eyes for rest. This time, no other sounds permeated his ears. He slept soundly until dawn. No telling how long had passed. Drowsily, Yu Hong awoke from his slumber. The cave was now brightly lit, the crack in the surveillance window on the door casting bright sunlight into the cave. Yu Hong pulled off the luminous stone blanket that had somehow fallen off during his sleep. Standing up, finding the silver array board had restored. He quickly replaced it to the door's back, pulling in another spent silver array to continue restoring. After dressing in the reinforced white bear suit and wielding the Wolf Fang club, he wasted no time and began the routine heavy leg skill training. The previously spent inner chi had been fully replenished. Next, he needed to push for reaching the 8th inner chi. Once it condensed, only breaking through the 9th would remain, allowing him a full-body enhancement and entry into the heavy leg skill's second layer, introducing the second move. He truly wanted to go immediately to the post office to inquire about Li Rushan, but the changes from yesterday left him with lingering trepidation, his mood not fully recovered. Chapter 76. Night Rain 4. After persistently practicing the heavy leg skill for over an hour, Yu Hong finally stabilized his mood, ate another protein bar, and drank a full glass of water. He then put on the red value detector, took the restored second piece of the silver talisman array, and opened the door. Thump! He jumped down the stone steps and gazed at the withered, blackened patches of luminous stone grass, feeling heavy-hearted. The attack that happened yesterday was genuinely too powerful. He couldn't imagine how the others, besides himself, had survived the intense and high-level onslaught. Maybe they have other methods that don't require withstanding it directly, like the luminous stone mats, he said to himself inwardly. As he walked out of the courtyard, the readings on the red value detector in his hand suddenly changed. From a single-digit number to a negative single-digit number. Yu Hong's face twitched, and he quickly moved the detector to pinpoint the direction from which the radiation was coming. In no time, he found a small patch of luminous stone grass that had grown over onto the ground outside the courtyard to the right. It seemed that these grasses were spared from yesterday's great confrontation because they were farther away from the cave. Yu Hong's expression brightened, and his heavy mood seemed to lighten as he swiftly dug up this patch of grass and transplanted them into the courtyard in front of the cave. After finishing this task, it took him more than 10 minutes to calm down, and then he quickly made his way to the post office. Asterisk, asterisk, asterisk. Knock, knock, knock. Outside the stone house of the post office, Yu Hong knocked forcefully on the gate. This time, it didn't take long for the stone house to be opened, and a tall, burly man, carrying a little girl on his back, came out cautiously. It was Li Rushan. Snap! Li Rushan tossed a crumpled ball of paper with his bare hands. Yu Hong caught it and unfurled it to read. Have you heard any invisible voices around here? If you have, don't talk, we'll communicate through writing, it said. Thinking rapidly of his experience from the day before and the strange behavior of the Zhou sisters, Yu Hong solemnly nodded. Soon, the two men were exchanging messages by writing with stones on the ground, separated by the gate. Yesterday, when you came over, I also gave you a paper ball, but you didn't even look at it and just kept knocking and shouting, and your expression was very off, wrote Li Rushan with a serious look on his face. I did come over yesterday, Yu Hong frowned as he wrote, but I only knocked on the door, I never shouted? You didn't shout? Impossible. I came out because I heard you calling out to me and even calling my daughter's name, wrote Li Rushan. Yu Hong paused, thought carefully, and remembered that after practicing his skills, his energy had significantly increased. He could remember many things clearly, not to mention the events that had just happened yesterday. He wrote with conviction. I'm certain that I only knocked on the door and didn't call out your names. I intended to knock and wait for your signal, but you didn't make any movement. It seems that this must be the influence of the language person. Li Rushan's expression turned gloomy. He quickly informed Yu Hong about the information regarding the language person, and Yu Hong recounted everything he had encountered the day before to him. After exchanging information, Li Rushan's eyes were filled with an unprecedented gravity. I've received news that the convoy that was coming this way had passed through Yuha City, where the language person had erupted. Looking at this, it's very likely that this convoy brought the language person here, he wrote swiftly. After letting Yu Hong read it, he erased it and continued. The Zhou sisters you encountered yesterday could very likely be a method of transmission for the language person. Thankfully, your dwelling has many talisman arrays and luminous stones that withstood the deceptive voices, and you didn't leave the cave. Otherwise, the consequences would have been unthinkable. So, what do we do now? Yu Hong felt equally troubled. For now, let's not speak. We'll communicate through writing for the time being, said Li Rushan. Then, since you experienced a language person outbreak last night, you should be safe for the time being. I plan to check out that convoy. If possible, we should completely eliminate them to avoid them being a continuous threat to us, he explained. How do we get rid of them? Yu Hong's gaze sharpened as he quickly wrote. Based on the information from radio communications, The existing strategy to eliminate the language person is to eradicate all infected bodies. As long as there are no infected bodies within a 1-kilometer radius, and after a period of natural dissipation, they will vanish on their own, Li Rushen replied. Good.
Yuhong nodded rapidly.
He had nearly died yesterday, and if he really had rushed out of the cave without the protection of numerous talisman arrays, his death would have been certain. Such a dangerous evil shadow must not be allowed to linger nearby. Oh, and check on old Zhou. Ask him to join us, Yuhong added.
Li Rushen nodded.
Quickly gathering their things and carrying papers and pens, Yuhong had none and borrowed some from Li Rushen. They set off after ensuring Izina was settled and warned not to respond to any voices from outside. Then, they left the post office and headed towards old Zhou's residence. The post office and old Zhou's dwelling were only a few hundred meters apart, just over a small hill. Soon they arrived in front of old Zhou's cave. Knock, knock, knock. Li Rushen stepped up and knocked on the door with a wooden stick. No response. His expression changed slightly, and he knocked rhythmically on the door with the stick again. Knock, 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 knock. After knocking, they waited. Still no response. Li Rushen and Yuhong exchanged glances and moved forward together, one towards the door, the other towards the window. Who's there? Suddenly old Zhou's voice came from behind the door. Who's outside? His voice was full of wariness, fear, and dread. He seemed to have been recently frightened. Li Rushen kept his mouth shut and knocked on the door again with the wooden stick. Knock, 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 knock. Who's knocking? Get away. Old Zhou's voice rose again, tinged with a trace of panic and anger. Li Rushen frowned, tore off a piece of paper, wrote a message on it, and stuffed it through the door's ventilation hole. With a push, the paper rolled into a cylinder and was squeezed through. But within 2 seconds, thump, a faint sound of a paper scroll hitting the ground came from inside the door. Who's out there? Respond. Old Zhou's voice rang out again. Don't blame me if you don't speak. Click. The sound of a gun safety being released emanated from inside. Yuhong's expression remained unchanged as he moved forward to shield Li Rushen. His current enhanced polar bear suit had been tested and was impervious to close-range gunfire. Respond! Old Zhou continued to shout from within. Suddenly, a slip of paper was slipped next to Yuhong's face. Open the door. Yuhong's gaze firmed, and he drew his gun, aiming at the door lock and firing. Bang! A large hole appeared where the door lock had been. The power of the enhanced handgun was fully demonstrated, startling Yuhong himself, let alone Li Rushen behind him. Both trembled, looking at the destroyed door lock and then the smoking barrel of the gun. Thud! Yuhong was the first to react, kicking heavily against the door panel. The door swung wide open. All was quiet. The two stood outside for a long time, not moving. They just looked inside, at old Zhou on the ground who had already lost all signs of life, and they remained silent. Old Zhou lay on his side with eyes wide open, mouth agape, but his face held a strange, delighted smile. It was as if he hadn't been frightened before dying, but rather welcomed death, receiving everything he had wanted. This is language person. Li Rushen wrote a line of text to Yuhong. Then he moved forward to deal with old Zhou's corpse. Soon, a blazing fire took hold, consuming old Zhou and everything around him. Billowing smoke rose as Li Rushen and Yuhong, unable to adjust their emotions, returned the way they had come to check on Izina, to make sure everything was all right on her end. Only then did they set off towards the highway together. According to the information from Li Rushen, the convoy had driven over from the highway, taking the main road. On their journey, the two of them moved with cautious stops, ever vigilant to anything that might happen around them. No one dared to speak, fearing something might blend into their conversation, into their voices. In this eerie silence, they soon found the buses parked by the roadside. 5 buses, all gray-white, with their lower halves wrapped in thick iron sheets, and their windows on the inside fortified with thick wooden planks. As the two stood in the woods, about to approach the buses, Li Rushan suddenly reached out to stop Yu Hong and gestured for him to hold still. He picked up a stone the size of an egg and hurled it fiercely in the direction of the buses. Under the sunlight, the stone flew out of the woods, crossed the sky, and fell downward, drawing a perfect parabola, hitting the roof of the penultimate bus. Yang! The stone shattered into fine fragments, rolling down to the right front. Silence. There was no movement, no sound from all 5 buses. Seeing this, Li Rushan's expression grew even more solemn. He took out a magnesium rod and gave Yu Hong a look. Splitting up, they moved towards the convoy from both sides. Minutes later, the two, one on the left and one on the right, arrived at the last vehicle in the convoy. Yu Hong, clad in the thickened enhanced polar bear suit and holding a Wolf Fang club with its defense fully maximized, extended the club, catching the vehicle door handle with its spiked end. He pulled outward. Squeak. The metal door opened easily. It wasn't locked at all. The gray-white door, not even properly latched, was easily pulled open by Yu Hong. The interior was pitch black, so dark that even the bright sunlight outside could only illuminate a small area by the door. Yu Hong looked towards Li Rushan, who had come around, and the latter signaled with a gesture to go in and check. He nodded, the Wolf Fang club leading the way, while his other hand clutched the silver talisman array hidden in his pocket. Stepping onto the vehicle step, using it to leverage himself, he entered the bus. Plop. Suddenly, his body swayed and he retreated back out. Standing in the doorway, he appeared to have twisted his ankle. Li Rushan made hand signals, and Yu Hong waved back, pointing to his ankle, indicating he was in severe pain and couldn't go on, relying on him now. He gave numerous apologetic bows, stumbling backwards.
Li Rushan.
If he hadn't seen how nimbly Yu Hong moved as he retreated, if he hadn't known Yu Hong specialized in the heavy leg skill, if his IQ weren't normal, he might have actually believed him. Without a response, he shook his head, pointed at himself, signaling he would go up. With a machete and a stack of talismans bought from Yu Hong, he approached the vehicle door. Plop. Suddenly, he arched his body, clutching his stomach in an agonizing display, retreating backward. While retreating, he pointed at Yu Hong and indicated through gestures that he was suddenly in unbearable abdominal pain. Really couldn't hold up, unable to straighten his back. The arduous task of exploring the bus was now yours to take on. Yu Hong was at a loss for words. Watching this guy match him in acting, neither wanted to be the first to risk going in. Chapter 77. Unexpected Outcome. My stomach really hurts, Li Rushan wrote quickly with a look of embarrassed annoyance. My leg is really sprained. Yu Hong wasn't about to back down either, quickly jotting down and then patting his own thigh. The two of them stood in opposition, neither willing to yield. After half a minute, Li Rushan, still worried about his daughter, decided not to waste any more time and put on a stern face, deciding to go in first. However, instead of going straight for the car door, he walked to the side of the vehicle and struck the window with a club. Bang! The car window shattered into pieces, but the boards nailed inside blocked the view, still concealing the interior. Li Rushan said nothing further, taking out a magnesium rod, lighting a piece of rag he salvaged from who knows where, and then stuffing it into the gap in the car window. After stuffing it in, he turned and ran, not forgetting to signal to Yu Hong. Yu Hong followed suit, and both of them ran a good 40 or 50 meters before turning around to look at the bus. At this point, the inside of the bus was clearly on fire, faintly glowing with red light. What kind of rag is that? So effective, Yu Hong wrote out of curiosity. It's a special oilcloth as long as it works, Li Rushan responded casually, but his eyes remained fixed on the bus. As time slowly passed and the fire grew inside the bus, to the point where flames started to squeeze out the doors and windows, he nodded slightly. Let's go to the second one and do the same, he wrote. Yu Hong was speechless. Wouldn't it have been easier to do this from the start? Why pretend to check the bus? He shook his head and followed Li Rushan as they burned bus after bus. Clearly prepared, Li Rushan stuffed extraordinary oilcloths into the smashed windows. Lighting the wooden boards and igniting the fire, until it engulfed the entire vehicle. For 5 buses, they set them all ablaze until they were completely on fire, without a single sound emerging. The buses transformed into 5 torches, illuminating the surrounding mountains and forests brightly. "Let's go," Li Rushen wrote. "As long as the carriers of the spoken ones are completely burned, we'll be safe, and we can communicate normally. The greatest danger of the spoken ones is being instantly infected through their words when we don't understand them." Yu Hong nodded in complete agreement. This was his situation. Without understanding such evil shadows, almost no one could avoid this method of infection. No wonder everyone who fled from Yuha City ended up dead on the way. The two stood by the fire, waiting for the flames to completely consume the buses, to burn them and utterly destroy all the carrier bodies inside. There was no choice. The spoken ones were too dangerous, too hidden. Before erupting, they could easily make one think it was a mental issue, because the red value detectors could not detect the spoken sound. Perhaps I should reinforce the red value detector. If it could detect the problem with the spoken one's voices immediately, their threat would be greatly reduced. Yu Hong pondered. Standing by the roadside, he quietly watched the blazing bus, suddenly growing worried about Stammering E. If Stammering E encountered the spoken ones, with her intelligence, she would surely fall for it right from the start, just like him. The detector was now imperative, and the silver talisman array was already struggling to withstand the strength of the evil shadows. Was it the evil shadows growing stronger, or were the spoken ones inherently stronger than the withered woman? Yu Hong had no way of knowing. He tossed this question to Li Rushen. Li Rushen shook his head. Evil shadows inherently elevate their strength through killing, constantly evolving, continually raising their danger level until reaching war level, nightmare level, or even despair level. We even suspect that the so-called evil shadows are likely evolved from shadows. He wrote a lengthy message, but the paper ran out as he finished. He could only shrug helplessly at Yu Hong, stopping there. The two of them waited for more than an hour, only turning back when they confirmed that all 5 buses were thoroughly burned. "By the way, I have a suspicion about the spoken ones." Li Rushen suddenly remembered the scene when he first met Yu Hong, who was unaware of the paper ball thrown at him while standing in front of the stone house. He felt he needed to remind him of this. "It's about before." Li Rushen only got a head start in writing. Boom! Suddenly, a massive explosion came from behind them. The two of them hurriedly dove forward, turning their heads to look back. In the direction of the 5 buses, a brighter fire was blazing fiercely, clearly indicating one of the buses had exploded. "This time it's definitely gone," Yu Hong wrote casually on the ground with a stone. "Yeah," Li Rushen nodded. Looking at the brightly lit direction, he suddenly wondered, was it truly the right decision to bring his daughter here from the safety of Hope City? "By the way, what were you going to say just now?" Yu Hong wrote on the ground. It was before," Li Rushen replied, also writing on the ground with a stone. He recounted the scene he had seen earlier to Yu Hong. "From the moment the Zhou sisters arrived, I should have already been visually influenced," Yu Hong confessed. Li Rushen's reminder brought him back to reality, making him realize just how dangerous his situation had been. Reflecting on it now, the time in the cave, his silent swinging of the Wolfang Club might have been due to not actually holding the weapon at all. The abilities of the spoken ones felt more and more dangerous the more he pondered on them. After a short while, the two of them rose and began retracing their steps. They first arrived at Yu Hong's stone house. "After destroying the carriers, how long before we can talk normally?" Yu Hong asked. "About 3 days, bear with it," Li Rushen replied. "Alone in a safe house, you can speak freely, as long as you don't engage with outside words." "Got it," Yu Hong nodded. "Then see you later." Li Rushen waved and headed back towards the post office, clearly eager to return, worried about his daughter's safety. Yu Hong stood in the courtyard, watching him disappear into the woods, before climbing the steps and shutting the door behind him. In these next 2 days, he'd have to expedite repairs on the talisman arrays in the safe house, restoring the pyroxene secret room to its full state to get a good night's sleep. Standing at the doorway, He glanced at the black, withered luminous stone grass outside and sighed.
Bang!
The door closed completely. The next morning, Li Rushan came looking for Yu Hong, and the two went together to check on the convoy, confirming that the buses were completely burned. But strangely, the inside was empty with not a single body. But without bodies, how had the buses arrived here? The two of them couldn't comprehend it. But confirming that there were no bodies inside relieved them greatly. They searched the surrounding area to ensure nothing was amiss. No bodies were overlooked before feeling reassured and returning by sunset. On the third day, it was the same. Yu Hong gradually calmed down. Of course, the reason wasn't just the eradication of the spoken ones, but also the repairs on all of the talisman arrays on the walls inside his safe house. He had restored the integrity of the pyroxene secret room in the safe house, once again achieving the secret room effect. Simultaneously, under the stimulation of inner chi, luminous stone grass rapidly grew in the courtyard outside, forming a new patch covering the grounds. Though the young luminous stone grass emitted weak radiation, it provided Yu Hong with a deeper sense of security. Because luminous stone grass could drive away black insects, preventing ordinary shadows from disturbing his rest. On the fourth day, the two still maintained their silent state, evidently shaken by the spoken ones, and did not come out. They endured another cycle of 3 days of silence, until the day before the supply team arrived. Early that morning, Li Rushan, carrying a large pack, arrived at the courtyard outside Yu Hong's place. "Little Yu," he knocked according to a fixed rhythm, whispering. "Are you there?" he asked in a low voice. Click. Yu Hong opened the door, wearing his full gear, blocking the entrance to avoid letting him see inside. "Can we finally talk?" He breathed a sigh of relief, writing on a board. "Better be cautious. I just got news. Yuha City's situation is tragic. The sudden outbreak of the spoken one's evil shadows caused at least over 200,000 deaths, turning the entire Earth-level Yuha City into Dead City within days." Old Li lamented. Over 200,000. Yu Hong couldn't grasp the concept of such a number, but he understood it was a massive scale of casualties, measured in thousands. On a plain, just over 10,000 people standing in rows could obscure the view, filling all sight. And over 200,000. If defenses are lacking, the damage potential of the spoken ones is indeed insurmountable. He sighed in response. Yuha City is completely gone now, pulling 3 neighboring Hope cities into its disaster, countless dead and wounded. The United Army headquarters is in an emergency rescue operation, Li Rushan added helplessly. Even the People's Army was mobilized, sacrificing many to form a large quarantine zone, halting the spread of the spoken ones. Yu Hong was left speechless, and this was merely an evil shadow case, a higher danger level relative to others, with 3 more levels yet undefined in their terror. This world. No one knew how long it could endure. "Did you come by because you needed something?" he asked, knowing Li Rushan never visited empty-handed, usually meeting him, so Li's coming meant he needed assistance. It wasn't merely to deliver information. It's like this, due to excessive casualties and to curb the rapid spread of the evil shadows, they've set up more production lines from the Silver Tower, specifically producing large pyroxene stones and mass-printing advanced array pattern talisman arrays. "So, I won't accept your large pyroxene stones and talisman arrays anymore," Li Rushan stated seriously. Yu Hong was taken aback. "Could it be possible? Of course, I still personally need them, but the buying price will have to be lowered. Given the clients for talisman arrays and large pyroxene stones have died off in large numbers, more distant Hope cities are receiving supply from above, it's impossible to offer the old prices anymore. Previously, the supply team took large pyroxene stones and talisman arrays from me to resell at a markup, but now the demand has significantly dwindled, profit margins can't even cover travel costs, so—" "You understand," Li Rushan said with a sly smile to Yu Hong. "If that's the case, I can repair advanced equipment, weapons, some small machines." Yu Hong considered and replied. "That'll do," Li Rushan smiled. "I'm building a large underground temperature-controlled farm. I need a thermal air cycle system with a sterilization function. I've ordered a broken one from the supply team, You can check if it's reparable afterwards. Yu Hong was speechless. Was this guy intentionally buying broken ones for him to fix? Chapter 78. Unexpected Events. Having decided to see if it could be repaired later, Yu Hong said goodbye to Old Li and returned to the safe house to begin practicing the heavy leg skill. Perhaps it was because he heard good news today, or perhaps he had been holding back and avoiding speaking for several days. Finally he could chat normally now. Yu Hong felt much more relaxed as he trained, and the gathering of inner qi within his body was significantly faster than before. It hadn't even been 10 minutes since he started training. A new strand of inner qi quietly gathered and flowed into his lower abdomen. The 8th strand of inner qi was successfully acquired. The next step was the 9th strand of inner qi, and once it was complete, according to the description of the heavy leg skill, he would be able to fully enhance his entire body with 9 strands of inner qi and qualify to enter the second layer. Yu Hong was quite looking forward to this. After all, so far, the heavy leg skill had only improved his low sweeping leg strength, leaving him with many other vulnerabilities. If he didn't have equipment protection, he probably couldn't even beat a regular soldier with a gun. Of course, he had a gun now, so it was just a matter of who was faster and more accurate. Practicing the heavy leg skill was utterly useless. Gulp, gulp. After downing a large glass of water, Yu Hong set down the cup, feeling his body growing stronger and his mood much improved. In recent days, he dedicated all his time to fortifying the large pyroxene stone and the talisman array to defend against the voice beings. He even enhanced 2 silver talisman arrays. Now that the fortification was complete, everything had returned to its previous state, and he finally had the mental space to try out his earlier ideas. Sitting by the door, Yu Hong picked up a red value detector. He placed his hand on it. Enhanced red value detector direction. Higher detection intensity. Better sensitivity, greater durability. Just enhancing it for the specific purpose of dealing with the voice beings was too cost-prohibitive. There were bound to be other hidden troubles in the future, so he thought improving the overall sensitivity of the detector was better. This was Yu Hong's thinking. Soon, a black line flowed out, and a countdown appeared on the detector. 5 hours and 12 minutes. Not bad. Yu Hong nodded slightly. Just as he was about to confirm the enhancement, a thought flashed through his mind. He paused, withdrew his hand, and got up to fetch a piece of white paper, part of a batch supplied by Old Li's group. He had bought 1,000 sheets in one go, enough to last a long time. With the paper in hand, Yu Hong swiftly wrote a title with a charcoal pencil. Strategies Against Voice Being Attacks. Then, he quickly jotted down all kinds of information he had gathered from Li Russian, line by line. First, the voice being's attacks will fully erupt in the final stage, so it's necessary to prepare a large amount of luminous stone items to offset the explosive threat. Second, the voice being's attacks primarily use sound and specifically take the form of conversations. The specific process can be outlined as hearing the sound, giving a response, and successful infestation by the voice beings. Third, the voice beings require a corpse as a medium and select targets to attack within a certain range around the body. Soon, all the content was written on the paper, densely packed and quite comprehensive. Yu Hong set down the pen, checked it over, and confirmed there were no mistakes. Then he reached out, placing his hand on the paper. Enhance the methods to combat voice beings. Direction. Fill in method details as comprehensively as possible. He felt a sense of eager anticipation, thinking that if the enhancement could be completed this time, then in the future, when facing any threats, he could. Just then, a black line flickered. Inadequate completeness. The black mark's feedback echoed in his ear. Yu Hong's heart skipped a beat. He removed his hand and looked at the paper, recalling when he initially enhanced the heavy leg skill. Thinking it over, he simply stopped specifying the direction's content, instead giving only a vague mental direction for enhancement. Thus, he stretched out his hand again, pressing it onto the paper. Enhance methods against voice beings. He no longer provided direction and merely established in his mind the desire to enhance, then quietly waited. Soon, a black line shot from the back of his right hand, coursed through his fingers, and merged into the paper. Enhanced methods against voice beings? The black mark got through. An uncontrollable smile instantly appeared on Yu Hong's face. He watched as the countdown appeared on the paper. 3 hours and 56 minutes. Only 4 hours. He immediately responded. Yes. Success. The countdown on the paper began ticking down, the number decreasing by a minute, signifying the start of the timing. Yu Hong let out a sigh of relief and carefully picked up the sheet, placing it away from the fireplace and securing it with 2 talisman array boards to protect it. Then, he quickly dressed and went out to collect firewood and dig up wild vegetables. For hours wasn't long. After he returned and sorted the firewood and wild vegetables, the time was almost up. In eager anticipation, he took out the paper, placed it flat on the wooden table, and quietly waited. The final 1-minute countdown on the paper remained motionless. Soon he'd be able to truly determine whether this method could yield the desired result. Yu Hong was filled with anticipation. If this method proved feasible, it would mean that he could completely utilize the black mark to gather and integrate various information and methods to find a more comprehensive and better way to solve the black disaster. Asterisk. On a road not far from the post office. The sunlight was chilly, and the breeze carried a faint scent of dry leaves from afar. 5 buses had turned to charcoal, sitting silently by the roadside, blackened. The interiors were empty, with no bodies present. But on the high slope on one side of the bus, in a hidden patch of weeds, 2 already decomposed male corpses lay quietly. They lay side by side in the grass, wearing concealed grass capes. They had their eyes open and smiles on their faces, as if they had been extremely calm and happy before they died. Their faces were directed toward the 5 buses on the road. Li Rushan and Yu Hong had also searched here before, but due to the extensive search area, they could only conduct a rough sweep. It was likely some peculiar force had distorted their vision, and they hadn't noticed the disguise on the 2 bodies while searching. So, they were completely unaware that 2 bodies killed by voice beings were hiding nearby, unburnt. Asterisk. The stone house at the post office. Li Rushan had gone out to gather vegetables and hadn't returned. Izina was left alone in the stone house, sitting at the wooden table, somewhat bored, playing with a wooden figure on the table. She kept twisting the wooden figure's arms, as if it were spinning in circles. Squeak. Turned 1 circle. Squeak, squeak. Turned 2 circles. Squeak, squeak, squeak. It turned Techar. Suddenly, Izina's hand stopped. She stared at the wooden figure, realizing she hadn't turned the wooden figure's arms at that moment. But where did that sound come from? Thinking of this, she lifted her little face and looked out the window. There was nothing outside. So Izina quickly jumped off the stool, ran to the bed, and draped the luminous stone blanket over herself, clutching the wooden figure, and shrunk onto the bed to hide. She fully wrapped her head with the luminous stone blanket, remaining silent and composed, waiting for time to pass. 10 minutes later, there was still no anomaly outside. Izina did not pull off the luminous stone blanket, remaining hidden inside. But just then, she heard footsteps, the sound of footsteps coming from outside the house. The sound grew closer. With the protection of the luminous stone blanket, Izina couldn't hear the shadow's voice, so she knew the sound wasn't made by the shadow. But she still didn't move, remaining calmly hidden.
Top.
The footsteps approached, stopping at the door. Then came the sound of a key being inserted and turned in the lock. With a soft click, the door opened. Then it closed with a bang and was locked again. "Nana, I'm back." Her fatherly Russian's cheerful voice rang out. "Daddy!" Izina suddenly flung off the luminous stone blanket, a smile on her face, calling out as she jumped off the bed. Silence. But the scene inside the room made the smile on her face slowly fade. In the stone house, there was no father, no sound. Only the light streamed through the cracks in the window, forming beams that illuminated the floating dust. The room was silent. "Dad!" Izina called out cautiously. Asterisk. Asterisk. Under the light, Yu Hong stared closely at the now blurring paper. The text on the white paper briefly blurred, then became clear again. Line after line of new text appeared, smaller, denser, more neatly written. The title remained the same: Strategies Against Voice Being Attacks. Below were details plus the few lines Yu Hong had written earlier. The difference was that these lines now had many more details added to them. For example, the specific red value range of a voice being's outburst, with an upper limit of 10,000 and a lower limit of 3,000. For example, the voice being's medium could actually radiate across a 3-kilometer area, randomly causing voice being infections, not just within the 1-kilometer Oldley had mentioned. For example, the voice being's attack sequence didn't just involve inquiry and response. Anyone who made a sound within 5 seconds after the voice being's sound would be deemed to have met the infection condition. Holding the paper, Yu Hong read on with increasing gravity. Until the very end. There was a bloody red warning at the bottom of the paper. Warning: voice beings will evolve after killing over 10,000 medium to large life forms. They will assume a second form. The second form will emerge simultaneously once all carriers within a certain range have been destroyed. Its manifestation will be... Reading this, Yu Hong suddenly remembered the information Li Rushan had conveyed. This time, Yuha City suffered terribly. The sudden outbreak of voice beings' evil shadows killed at least over 200,000 people. And the entire Earth-level city of Hope City turned into a dead city within days. Over 200,000 people. That's not right. 200,000 should have definitely reached the second form. But why didn't we encounter the second form after we burned the buses? Yu Hong suddenly realized something was amiss. In an instant, his scalp tingled, and a strong sense of crisis surged in his heart. The second form surely appeared after all carriers were destroyed, and the fact that we didn't encounter it means not all the carriers were burned. Something bad was coming. Yu Hong jumped up, pressed the paper down with a board, grabbed a silver talisman array, and prepared to run to warn Li Rushan. No matter what, if Li Rushan died, Yu Hong would be left alone. Then, supply coordination, engagement with supply teams, and external communication would all be cut off. And Izina, regardless of having seen so many dead people, Yu Hong ultimately didn't want a cute little girl who liked him to die because of their oversight. Bam! He shut the wooden door behind him, grabbed all the talisman arrays, and rushed towards the post office with the Wolf Fong Club in hand. Chapter 79. Handling Case 1. In the afternoon, between 3 and 5 p.m. Deep within the dense forest, between the charred trees and the healthy ones, a thick and towering figure was sprinting desperately towards the post office at an accelerated pace. Unbeknownst to him, the sky had also begun to fill with dark clouds. The howling wind tugged at the surrounding branches and leaves, causing a rustling tumult. Yu Hong, who had only brought a single silver talisman array, surely couldn't deal with a language person, but his intention was not to confront it now. It was to give an early warning to prevent trouble. Because he could rely on the enhanced method of combating language persons to know that they had not been eradicated, but Li Rushan and his daughter were unaware. Continuing his frenzied sprint, he used his inner chi twice to ensure he maintained his top running speed. A distance that would normally take an average person half an hour to walk was forcibly reduced by him to 7 minutes. Finally, he reached the stone house of the post office. Beneath the overcast sky, the gray stone house was surrounded by a sturdy fence of brown wood, primitive and quiet. No human voices or light emanated from the cracks in the windows of the house. Yu Hong took a deep breath, quickly stabilizing his physical condition, trying his best to relax his pounding heart. Standing outside the fence, he knocked forcefully on the door. Thud, thud, thud. Thud, thud. Thud, thud. He knocked 3 times with the rhythm of a secret code, then waited. But after several minutes, there was still no movement inside. Yu Hong had a bad feeling. He looked around, confirming that Old Li was most likely not there. But even if the latter was absent, the house shouldn't be completely empty. Izina must still be there. Izina! He suddenly called out loud. Nana! It's your uncle. You open the door. No response. Yu Hong wanted to go in, but because of the possible traps that could be in the courtyard, he refrained. He started knocking and calling out again. Regrettably, there was still no sound from inside. After waiting a moment more, the sky grew darker and darker, with the likelihood of heavy rain increasing. Yu Hong couldn't wait any longer. His suspicion that something might have happened inside grew stronger. Looking left and right and assessing the situation, he pressed his hand on the fence and vaulted over it with force, lightly crossing the outer yard's fence. Standing inside the fence, on the muddy ground, he slowly approached the stone house, holding the red value detector in his hand, cautiously scanning the surroundings. The trees swayed, and the wind howled louder. The air was filled with bursts of something burning. The green grass he trod on was lifted in layers by the wind, creating ripples like waves. The wind was getting stronger, and the sound louder. Aizina!
Yu Hong shouted.
If you hear my voice, don't respond, just listen. He slowly neared the stone house, with the Wolf Fang Club in front probing the ground ahead, step by step. The language person that your father and I fought earlier has not been vanquished. They are still here. So, he paused. If you hear any wrong sounds, don't respond, use writing instead. Whatever you do, don't talk back, don't make a sound. Don't let out any noise, he yelled, trying to rise above the howl of the wind, hoping that the person inside would hear him. After shouting these words, Yu Hong suddenly thought of a way to warn Li Rushan. Crouching down, he began writing in the grass with the Wolf Fang Club swiftly. Soon a line of words rapidly appeared on the grassy mud. The language person is still here. Stay silent. Uncle! Suddenly Aizina's voice came from inside the house. Yu Hong quickly looked up, instinctively about to respond, but immediately, he suppressed the urge, and a cold sweat broke out on his back. In front of him at the stone house window, Aizina stood by the window, in the darkness, dressed in a lovely white lace dress. With her long black hair draped over her shoulders, her shiny black eyes quietly observing him, watching him. After waiting for 6 seconds, Yu Hong spoke according to the method developed to deal with language persons, well past the transmission time. Don't make a sound, write back to me. He spoke slowly, inching closer. Where is your father? Not here. I'm coming over, you don't have to open the door for me, don't be afraid. I will just stay here for a while, keeping you company. Aizina didn't respond, just stood at the window motionless. Suddenly, her right hand picked up a pair of black scissors and began to move them slowly toward her throat.
No!
Yu Hong cried out in alarm, dashing forward. He rushed through the yard, swinging the Wolf Fang Club toward the edge of the window, trying to smash it open and save her. Thump, thump, thump. 3 small holes exploded in the grass where Yu Hong stood. Stop! What are you doing? Li Rushan's shout came from the side of the woods. Old Li, holding some kind of rifle, aimed it in this direction, his face taut with bulging veins. Step back, he bellowed. Yu Hong looked at him angrily. Your daughter is in trouble. The words caught in his throat, ready to burst out, but he forcefully held them back, fearing that the other might also be infected by a language person. However, with the situation critical, there was no time to wait for a safe 5 seconds. Aizina's scissors were already touching her neck. It looked like it was going to be too late. Yu Hong, in a surge of desperation, disregarding everything else, bolted toward the window where Aizina was. 1 step, 2 steps, 3 steps, and he leapt up, his whole body slamming against the window. Crash! The glass along with the protective wooden boards fixed in place all shattered. Yu Hong flipped over and tackled Aizina by the window to the ground. Thud! Both of them struck the floor, Yu Hong snatching the scissors from Aizina's hand while using his arm to shield the girl's head and back as they fell. Shattered glass and splinters scattered all over the floor, landing everywhere. Let go of me! Aizina screamed, flailing and still trying to break free. I'm going to find Daddy. Stop dreaming. Stop it. She disregarded the broken glass on the floor completely, her limbs wildly thrashing against the ground and against Yu Hong, only causing herself to bleed from many cuts. Yu Hong kept a tight hold on her, got up after waiting 6 seconds, then finally spoke. "Your dad is right outside. Don't make a sound. He's coming back right away." But it was no use. Izina continued to struggle frantically, even trying to grab a shard of glass to stab at her own neck. But Yuhong grabbed the glass shard away and picked her up high. Thud. At this moment, the wooden door was knocked open. Li Rushen rushed in with red eyes, and upon seeing Yuhong, he aimed his gun at him. "Put down my daughter! Put her down!" he bellowed, his voice somewhat hoarse from shouting too loud. Yuhong wanted to explain, but he forcefully resisted the impulse, waiting another 5 seconds. He wanted to put down Izina and write a message, but she was still struggling violently. If he let go, who knew what might happen? So he gestured calmly with one hand, attempting to communicate with Old Li. "Put down my daughter." Li Rushen was visibly frantic with rage by now. He yelled, his finger on the trigger, beginning to press down so hard that his fingertip turned white. Yuhong also grew angry, wanting to speak but worried about the contagious nature of the language person. At this moment, with Old Li pointing a gun at him, he was obviously trying to save someone. If only Old Li could calm down a bit and verify the information, he would understand the situation. But the usually calm and smiling Old Li completely lost his cool and reason now. Seeing the other party so agitated, a surge of rebellious anger welled up in Yuhong. Spurt. He suddenly put down Izina, lunged forward, and aimed a kick straight at the chest. But the kick missed its target as Old Li dodged to the side. But Yuhong also charged to the side. He had no technique, just brutally throwing his body in a hard crash. Wearing his reinforced polar bear suit, just the suit's hard bulletproof alloy plates were enough to cause pain for an average person upon impact. If someone wasn't bulletproof, being hit by him with a full force weighing over 200 pounds would injure a normal person. This collision blocked the path Old Li would have to take to reach his daughter. Li Rushen growled lowly and unflinchingly accelerated forward. Bang! Neither of them backed down. Yuhong, fully armored, hit Li Rushen hard on the shoulder, like bowling, knocking the man off his trajectory and onto the ground. After doing all this, Yuhong got up and spoke. "The language person is still here. You idiot!" he bellowed. "Don't respond." Taking advantage of the brief moment Old Li was stunned, Yuhong turned to Izina, seeing that she was already off the bed, picking up a piece of broken glass attempting to slice her neck. Yuhong immediately rushed over, knocked the glass away, and held her, not allowing any movement. "Quick! Come here. She might be infected by the language person." At this point, Li Rushen, with a mix of shock and anger, quickly realized his misunderstanding about Yuhong and rushed over. His quick reflexes nabbed a towel from somewhere, covering his daughter's mouth and nose. Seconds later, he let go, and his daughter Izina's eyes had rolled back, unconscious. Clink! The broken glass hit the ground, and Yuhong exhaled in relief, confirming that Izina truly passed out, before carefully handing her over to Old Li. "You owe me one this time," he said, discontent. He had been saving someone only to be misunderstood by Old Li, who even shot at him and threatened him upon entering the door. Had he not been firm in his demeanor, Izina might have ended up a dead body by now. "Nana! My Nana!" Li Rushen was in tears at this point, holding his daughter in a panic, having lost his usual composure. Thinking through the events, he now understood the sequence of events. Most likely, Yuhong came over to find him and found his daughter standing by the window, influenced by the language person, trying to get closer to calm her, and then he was discovered. Next followed his daughter's escalated actions and the near conflict due to misunderstanding. "I owe you one." Realizing everything, Li Rushen suddenly twisted the gun barrel around. Bang! A gunshot sounded, and one of his fingers blew off on the spot. Throwing the gun aside, he pulled out a knife, hissed as he cut off the mangled flesh, and swiftly wrapped it with a bandage to stop the bleeding. "This is an apology. I almost killed my daughter, and I wronged you." Pain contorted Li Rushen's face, but his eyes showed profound fear and ferocity. Clearly, The concern in his heart and its negative impact were much more painful to him than the physical pain. Yu Hong too was shocked by the scene before him. He really had been angry just now. He wanted to beat up this guy, but he never imagined it would come to this. Looking at the missing finger on the other person's left hand, he began to see a new side to Old Li. This guy wasn't just a sly merchant who liked to get one over on people with a smile. Forget it, let's deal with Izina's issue first. I've used another technical method to determine the language person carrier hasn't been fully eradicated. So I rushed over to tell you, and just saw your daughter standing by the window, with scissors wanting to commit suicide. So, out of urgency, I charged to save her and tried to take the scissors from her hand. But then you saw, and then the series of mishaps happened. Yu Hong finished and quickly raised his hand, signaling the other not to speak. He rapidly shared the new details he had obtained, especially the taboo that one must wait 5 seconds before speaking. Chapter 80 Handling 2. Li Rushan also saw his daughter's unusual behavior earlier, his face turning pale. He endured the pain and carried his daughter to the bed, laying her down. He waited 5 seconds before starting to speak. I'll go look for the carrier. I don't have enough large pyroxene stones here. It all depends on you now. Consider this the second time I owe you. Yu Hong nodded gravely without a word. The language person was too dangerous. They had to deal with it as soon as possible, and it was clearly more fitting for the more experienced Li Rushan to go out and search for bodies. After confirming the situation, the two split up to act, Li Rushan quickly setting out to search. Yu Hong, carrying Izina, grabbed some food from the stone house and quickly returned to his own cave safe house. As he sprinted along, Yu Hong entered the cave just before the torrential rain began, and he put Izina down and used a rope to tightly bind her. To prevent her from biting her tongue, he also stuffed a clean rag into her mouth. Then he swiftly placed pieces of talisman array around Izina, including silver talismans in the mix. After finishing these, he hurriedly started to restore the third silver talisman array. Simply restoring the charge did not take much time, just 2 hours. How much time from infection to outbreak? Yu Hong picked up a piece of paper to check. 12 hours. He quickly treated Izina's disinfected wounds and then, during a free moment of the black mark, began to enhance new talisman arrays. It would take 2 days to enhance a silver talisman array, definitely too long, but normal talisman arrays were feasible. Yu Hong immediately got to work on placing more talisman arrays. A normal talisman array could be made in 45 minutes, which was the best method of enhancement now, especially since even a large pyroxene stone took 3 days to enhance. After confirming the start of the enhancement, during intervals, Yu Hong breathed a sigh of relief and sat down to think about the next steps. Silver talisman arrays aren't sufficiently useful anymore. I must find a stronger method of protection. The explosive power of the language person was immense, potentially reaching tens of thousands in strength. Such a level was excessive. If he hadn't enhanced methods to counter the language person, he feared that facing a similar situation again could lead to severe losses. First, I need to enhance the red value detector. The current one is inadequate and can't detect traces of the language person. Second, I need to create something more potent than the silver talisman arrays. While he said this, Yu Hong was also aware that just creating a single silver talisman array required 2 days. Reliant solely on using the black mark to handle them. Manageable if the evil shadow attacked one by one. But what if they came all at once? He sat cross-legged on the ground, deep in contemplation. If there were a type of talisman array that could recharge itself without using the black mark, that would be ideal. I could then layer them continuously in a desperate rush. A moment of inspiration flashed through his mind. Luminous grass was such an example. After defending against consumption, they would wither and die, and then after a while, new ones would grow and naturally recharge. Wasn't this exactly the type of example he needed? And there's inner chi. The heavy leg skill enhances my strength against humans, but it doesn't increase my capability against evil shadows or the blood tide. I need a way to enhance myself, to ensure safety when facing more dangers in the future. He continued to ponder, organizing each thought, preparing to act once this danger was over. He had thought his earlier preparations were sufficient, but the intensity of the language person suddenly skyrocketed, nearly causing him to capsize. The deceit of the evil shadow was too strong. Time steadily passed. Finally, raindrops began to fall outside, thunder rolling and the torrential rain hazy like mist. Yu Hong continued to enhance the talisman arrays, and when he was enhancing the third talisman array, Izina woke up. He got up, used a towel provided by Li Rushan dampened with water, pressed it against her a moment, and quickly put the little one back down. When the sixth talisman array was nearly complete, it was almost dark. Thump, thump, thump. The sound of knocking came from the door. No need to respond, just listen. Izina depends on your help. I don't have enough large pyroxene stones. I'll be back tomorrow morning. Li Rushan's voice came from outside. Thump. Yu Hong knocked on the door, acknowledging him. After waiting 6 seconds, he spoke. Did you find the body carrier? Knock once for yes, twice for no. Thump, thump. The sound of knocking came from outside.
Yu Hong es bro furo dipli.
Let's get through the outbreak first. See you tomorrow. Izina is safe with me here. I have enough large pyroxene stones and talisman arrays. He continued. Thump. The knocking sounded again, acknowledging his statement. After waiting 5 seconds, a voice came from outside. Thanks a lot, Li Rushan finally said. He stood at the door for a long while until the sky was almost completely dark before he turned and quickly walked away. His footsteps intermingled with the sound of rain, soon drowned out. Yu Hong sighed, picked up his tools, and began to mix more large pyroxene graphite. The ink for the talisman arrays was running low, and he had to replenish it quickly. This attack by the language person had left him somewhat exhausted and even more aware that he had to enhance abilities like the heavy leg skill, which could strengthen him and counter evil shadows. Otherwise, relying solely on talisman arrays, there wasn't enough room for growth, and he wouldn't be able to handle greater dangers in the future. Boom! A thunderclap exploded, and night fully descended. Yu Hong lit the fireplace, the light of the fire and electric lamps keeping the rustling black insects outside at bay. In the outer courtyard, the luminous grasses emitted glowing light, warding off the approaching blood-tide black insects. Everything was still the same as before, which allowed Yu Hong to breathe a sigh of relief. He opened the peephole to check and, seeing no issues, closed it again, preparing for an all-nighter making talisman plates. But just as he closed it, a bizarre buzzing noise began to filter in from outside. Yu Hong's expression subtly changed, and he reopened the peephole cover to look outside. He saw in the downpour-filled night sky an immense swarm of red-eyed flying insects, resembling moths, approached rapidly, like a flurry of red specks made of gravel. Their eyes glowed red in the night rain, each one twice as large as the black insects. Their flight resembled moths, their gray wings rapidly flapping and emitting a faint buzzing sound. Biter! Yu Hong's expression turned ugly. This was a monster he had heard from the radio and one of the few blood-tide insects with detailed information available. These flying insects would gnaw on all substances except for luminous stones, whether metal or wood, flesh or earth. Without a sufficiently sturdy and thick defensive system, encountering biters was akin to delivering oneself on a platter. But biters generally only appear where crowds gather, so why are they here? There are only 3 people in this place. Their attraction should be far less than that of Hope City.
Yu Hong wonderait d'internally.
With a swift motion, he pulled the shutter down, this time placing his hand on the front door. If there were no other choice, he planned to try and simultaneously repair the door while under attack. 1 second. 2 seconds. Bang! Suddenly, the wooden door vibrated inward as if big skin had fiercely slammed into it, startling Yu Hong, who was bracing the door with both hands. Immediately after, a dense series of gnawing sounds on the wood echoed from outside. His expression grew solemn as he quietly waited. After a while, the sounds in some areas of the door grew louder and nearer, suggesting they were about to be gnawed through. Yu Hong inwardly recited an incantation to strengthen. Repair? Appeared as a query from the black mark. Yu Hong sighed in relief. Yes, he confirmed internally. Suddenly, a countdown appeared on the wooden door. 3 hours 12 minutes. But something was off this time. The duration was increasing as the insect's gnawing intensified. In just a short moment, Yu Hong saw the countdown had not only failed to decrease, but had increased by over 10 minutes. Does this represent the degree of damage needing repairs? He wondered silently and promptly opened the peak window shutter, letting the light from inside shine out. As the light shone out, a mass of biter-like moths surged in, colliding with the brightness. Immediately, dense biters dissolved, evaporated, and vanished as black smoke. However, similarly, the cave's electric lights and flames inside the safe house dimmed as well, with electricity draining much faster and the firewood burning more rapidly. All night, Yu Hong endured this tense atmosphere. Not until daylight did the blood tide recede and the biters disappear, allowing him to finally breathe a sigh of relief. But the attack from the biters had delayed his progress in creating the talisman array. The repair time for the door had now extended to over 3 hours. Exhausted, Yu Hong collapsed to rest. He had hardly closed his eyes for a moment when he was abruptly woken by a sharp scream. Ah! Just then, Izina screamed, her whole body violently convulsing, and a large amount of clear gelatinous liquid gushed from her nose, mouth, and eyes. This liquid, upon appearing, was quickly neutralized by the illuminating talisman arrays around her. An invisible radiation swept over for a second time, firmly suppressing the gelatin erupting from Izina's body. At the same time, the entire safe house cave's inner walls, all the talisman arrays lit up with a fluorescent glow, aiding in suppression. Yu Hong stood in the corner, intently watching the scene. He had experienced this kind of incident once before and was now merely a spectator from a different angle. Quickly, an unforeseen event occurred. Izina's body suddenly twisted violently, bursting with indescribable immense strength and breaking the ropes binding her. Puff! The ropes snapped into sections and rebounded against the wall. A large mass of clear gelatin spurted from Izina's mouth, rapidly forming a twisted upper human torso resembling that of a frozen figure. It was as if a transparent human was trying to crawl out of the girl's mouth. Yu Hong's expression changed drastically, and he rushed forward, grabbing a silver talisman array and smashing it against the humanoid figure. Buzz! The silver talisman array burst into a silver light, fiercely striking the humanoid head, but surprisingly, it was blocked by raised arms. Yu Hong felt the immense strength transmitted through his hands, never having imagined that Izina, a little girl, could unleash such formidable power, comparable to that of the earlier white python. Ah! At that moment, Izina screamed piercingly, her eyes turning white as if her body was being controlled. Ah! Yu Hong also grew furious. He had nearly been severely compromised by a surprise attack last time, and now this creature dared to confront him directly. Thinking of how he was almost cheated out of the safety of the shelter brought an indescribable fear, which transformed into fierce anger bursting from his chest. He, too, roared angrily at the transparent humanoid. The two roared face to face. "Get out! You bastard!" Vu Hong roared, grabbed the second silver talisman, and mercilessly smashed it into the other person's body. Bang! 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 Each strike blasted large swaths of gelatinous material from the humanoid body. As the silver light and gel dissolved, they instantly neutralized into an invisible smoke. The transparent humanoid attempted to resist, but numerous talisman arrays on the surrounding cave walls lit up with a fluorescent glow, creating an invisible force field that locked it in place. It resembled a large cluster of gelatinous material, being smashed smaller and thinner by the silver talisman array, sending out large ripples. Soon, without any incidents, just a few minutes later, Izina stiffened, her eyes white, and she fainted, collapsing. The gelatin on her body had also all emerged, losing its human form and vanishing, completely neutralized and evaporated.